Welcome one and all to the MotoSurf World Championship. We are back for the second round of the 2025 campaign, having kicked off back at round one at Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates. We now head to the 29 to 30 degree air temp Cheshme circuit here this time around. We're on the Cheshme beach, on the brink, on the coastline here on the Aegean Sea, west of Izmir, 85 kilometres west that is, and we are here at a very location, Cheshme. That, of course, means fountain. Very appropriate for this kind of sport, it has to be said. We're going to be watching the jet surfers make their way out onto the circuit, first kicking us off for qualifying. And after the very first round of the championship, we witnessed a lot of drama, it had to be said. We're going to be kicking off things, though, first and foremost, with the women's category. They'll be undertaking their qualifying session this morning. Following that, they're going to be heading down for the heats. Of course, the first of many heats, the first of 4 heats that we will have, where they'll undertake 7 laps along with 2 long laps before teeing up for the final later on into the weekend. Of course, there are many talented personalities in amongst this roster. You can just see there a very busy coastline here at Cheshme. We can see many of the tents. You're going to need it here with the weather, the sun beaming down as it is. Plenty of water, of course, being consumed as well. But equally enough, we're going to be seeing the jet surfers skating across the surface of it. And of course, the opening category for women, this is for women over 15 years of age and can only use the boards, of course, that are the Jet Surf Race DFIs of 2021, 22, 23, 24, and of course, 25 as well. So very much a secure category where it comes down to the use of equipment. So every pilot will have the same. Over the course of the last 3 years, Lschider Matuskova has taken the world title on the women's side over the last 2 occasions. Before that, it was Anita Sacharova who came along and took the title back in 2022. No doubt she's going to be looking to come back strong. But Lschider Matuskova comes here with 3 European titles and 3 world titles to boot. And Anita Stukalova, of course, another pilot that's going to be looking to try and bring her point to the cause, with 2 times a European champion and 4 times a world champion runner-up as well. How much would it take for her to take that world title? Of course, we've got other classes that we're going to be gracing our presence with as well, including the likes of Elite. We've got the stock races as well in both stock and stock R, and not to mention the Masters and the junior boy and junior girl. Of course, both juniors will race together, but will be categorized and classified together as well. You can see here the bright surface now starting to ignite. We have got all the sunshine beaming down. As you can see, the course layout right in front of you. There is quite a sequence of slaloms. You open up that circuit through turns 1 and 2 with a series of slaloms. Remember, when undertaking the red boys, you have to go around the outside, for instance, from the right-hand side into the left. From the yellow boys, you have to go from the left-hand side through to the right, and that is the course that the riders will have to take. But not forgetting, you will have to take that long lap as well later on into the race. And this one comes out of Boy 10, the red Boy 10, or red Boy 8, should I say, before venturing through towards Boy 9 into Boy 10. You come through out of Boy 8 in the bottom right-hand corner of the course, and then you sweep up towards Boy 9 and then take the long lap where you basically turn back on yourself and swoop downwards, then back on through before rejoining the course in between the 2 green boys, before then heading through turns 9 and then later rejoining into turn 10. And then after that, you've got the split circuit, which takes you through, dividing the riders into alternate positions just to avoid any potential collisions coming through out of turn 11. They swoop through the 2 green boys that are there on the circuit layout before heading into the lefts and the rights, depending on which they choose, before they then end up across the start-finish line. Of course, we do have Parc Ferme in position here as well, just to make sure everything goes to plan. That is where the riders will be working from, and the jury will be lined up as well, just making sure everything goes as it should. But as you can see from the flags in front, quite a breeze throughout this circuit as well. This is something that the riders will have to be wary of, certainly in terms of their balance. That is going to be of the utmost importance, especially when it comes down to a qualifying session where nailing your best lap is a must. You only get a short time to do it in as well, and of course there will be 2 riders on the circuit layout at one time. Of course, as soon as one rider kicks off out of Parc Ferme and crosses the line to begin their lap, as soon as they reach the halfway point at the top of the course, they will release the second one. So yeah, we got a big weekend planned for you, with action being broadcast straight from Friday through through Saturday and then on Sunday as well. So I hope you'll all join us and get involved for this one. It is set to be an absolute cracker. As we have said, many other classes taking part, with the women class kicking us off. We do, of course, have others coming in, of course, from the elite class. We've got the likes of Lschider, as well as Lucas Zahorski, Matthias Novotny from Rocket Racing. Rocket Racing looking well stocked this weekend, but Lschider coming off really strongly for Apex Pilots back in our last round at Fujairah. Of course, a former world champion, and looking to also raise the stakes once again. Of course, Lschider, a champion back in Stock R back in 2022. And of course, following that, it was Oliver Navarra and Dennis Duselek. But now, as the women pilots now take to the sea, it's surf up here at Cheshme. And we'll await them now to take the course. Obviously, just finding their bearings out on the circuit. Just making their way out of Parc Fermé and getting ready for their first laps. Of course, they've had free practice this morning to kick them off, just to make sure that they're ingratiated with everything to do with the circuit. We are now into the afternoon here at Cheshme, and we've got the marshals on hand here, of course, with the flags at the ready should something not quite go to plan, as now we see the laps come into play. And crossing the start-finish line, this will be our first lap of action. So now we see the circuit in itself, followed by our superb drone, just capturing all the footage as she makes her way through, as they now weave in to the left and the right. So we'll wait for the first times to come across and strike on the left-hand side of our board. Now, you see those black boys there? That is, of course, where essentially the long lap will be on the right-hand side of those. So be wary of that during the race. She's now at the top of the course now, and then the next rider will now kick on to do their lap. So always two riders out on the circuit. Now, this is the downward slalom. This is where you get your choice of which direction you want to go in. Obviously, the riders will be picking the line that is most suitable for them, as they now stretch downwards through towards the start-finish line. Just raising the hand there as well, just making sure they clip every apex coming around that final corner now, crossing the line, enlisting the first time onto the board. So we are underway here at Cheshme. The women's class now in full swing. Of course, lining up, we had two groups coming into play in practice this morning with Eliska Matuskova, as we know, Anita Strukalova as well from Czech Republic, also Emma Strukalova as well from Slovakia, and also Valentina Novotona as well from Czech Republic, Sara Zubarova as well from Slovakia, Mariana Navarova, Barbara Kolarova and Laura Markova, and Linda Lschider as well from the Czech Republic. A very strong Czech contingent, as always, here in MotoSurf. Just weaving through the boys, trying to keep it as tight as possible. As she comes around now the final corner, and we'll see the first time ushered in to the top left-hand side, just bringing the Jet Surfer to a standstill. And now the next rider will kick on. We'll give you an update of the timings as soon as they come through, folks. In the meantime, that's the 48 that we're seeing out on screen right now. That's Melody Kaptanoglu from Turkey. And just making her way around the slalom as well through the top of the course. About to come down the back end of it now, before then reaching the slalom on the final echelons of this circuit layout. Oh, she's come off. A big moment there. She's come off the board, so that's going to bring an immediate stopper to her flying lap. That's bad news for Melody Kaptanoglu from Turkey. It's really going to put her on the back foot. She's off again as well. Obviously, this is not ideal for the confidence to get your weekend off to a positive start. And this will greatly put her on the back foot. You just see there the marshal in the distance, just making sure everything's okay. Whistle at the ready, of course, and as she just mounts on top of the board just to find her balance. And as soon as she gets moving, she can now get back on top of it again. And now sends it down the next straight. But a disappointing start for Melody Kaptanoglu. who will now cross the start-finish line and bring it into Parc Fermé. A difficult start for her. Like I said, these jet surfers, of course, are all spec, so they'll be racing the DFIs 2021s and 2022s, 2023s, 24s and 25s. And this is open to women over 15 years of age. So this is where we generally see a lot of the women rising up through the junior categories and then stepping up into a senior level. The number 6 who we're currently seeing on screen is Dinara Ibrahimova from, well, representing here in the number 6. She's going to set about her next lap, or her first qualifying lap of the day anyway. Obviously took to the waters earlier on this morning, and also Anna Burke taken to the water as well from the United States of America. Also lined up in Group B for free practice today as well. So now we watch as the number 6 of Ibrahimova make her way on the start of her outlap. Same can be said as well for Anna Burke, who now storms through the first sector of this circuit. Just weaving right and left. Obviously just trying to keep that board as tight as she can to the boys out in the water before they're making their way to the top of the course and moving past where the long lap will of course be later commencing. Of course, during the race now she's reached the top of the course and looking to represent the USA in great style. And exceptionally well balanced. Just see they're so tight to the edge of the water there, just getting as low as possible just to drag that board around. And that is where your balance is oh so key here at this important juncture. Of course, this will decide where you start for the first heat. As now Anna Burke makes her way through the final slalom before then hitting the final home straight, coming through the next left, weaving, just missing, making her way around that one and through towards the next right-hander, back through again. So far so good here from Anna Burke. Oh, a little bit choppy coming through that final bend. Of course, it can get quite aggressive in places. But as we now rejoin with Dinara Ibrahimova making her way towards the final corner now. Just taking a wider line through towards the final bend and cutting straight back through. She'll then cross the start-finish line. Getting ready for her next run. Now this time we watch as Anna Burke makes her way through the next left and now through towards the final corner and through towards the line. And that will bring her lap to an end. So a strong showing from Anna Burke. She looked like she was in full control on her lap. So we watch as the number 6 makes her way through as well, Dinara Ibrahimova. Number 6 now peeling through the top of the hill. Should we say the top end of the course. And taking that wide line, obviously, while at the same time they're looking to post their fast runs. Also, they can take this as a vantage point for heat action later on, in a bit of optimising their race result, because of course that's where the points are scored. But that is a capsize for Dinara Ibrahimova. Tough visit. Checkered flag has come out as Anna Burke carries her board back to Parc Fermé. But tough visit for Dinara just towards the closing stages. It's not the first time we've seen someone come off the board so far today. Already the second time, and now making her way back down towards the bottom end of the course in front of the jury in Parc Fermé as well. Still plenty more to come though. She now crosses the line. Brings an end to that last lap now. And she looks to bring it on back. The water's still looking relatively calm. It's quite settled out there at the moment, so no concerns for major chop. So now we see some more swaps now out onto the circuit. So we see the next pilots take to the water layout. Just assessing, getting ready for that fast run. Getting their jet crafts at the ready. Because like I said, in recent years, it's all been about Lschider, Matuskova. In recent times, the 88 numbered jet surfboard obviously has been a strong contender over the last, well, many years with the three world championships and 3 European titles, as the yellow flag is currently raised. So riders have to be made aware, just bringing the pace down a little bit. This is Polina Karpova, who we're currently seeing now take to the circuit. Looking to hustle in a good time as well to follow suit from teammate Dinara Ibrahimova. Scored, of course, 17 points back in the heats last time out in round 1. Now looking to muster something a little different. Qualified 18th last time. Her teammate Dinara, in fact, qualified 17th back at the United Arab Emirates. Just trying to keep it tight at the top of the hill. So she looks to stream through the top end of the course, weaving out of turns 9 and 10, and now very shortly taking to the slalom. Splitting the two boys before then making the decision to take the right-hand side of the course. That, of course, will tee up a nice line coming into the final 2 bends as well. She ran a little bit wide there, though. That is going to be, it's going to cost her quite a bit of time. And therefore, could lead to her tumbling down towards the back end of this order. As we now watch as Polina Karpova now comes around the final bend. She'll then pick up the pace for this next run. So this is where it's really key to get it right. See whether she can muster in a fast lap time to get things underway. Just catching the course curbs. Now back through. Ideally you want to get as tight as you can without losing too much balance. And that was a full layer of contact right there. And that brings an end to her lap of running for Polina Karpova. Back to Parc Fermé she goes. Got Eugene Lee now about to get set to head out as well. Of course, Lee Eugene, who comes in from Korea in the 75 craft. Just getting prepared, as many others will be, to take to the Cheshme circuit. We're sat very much in the midst of the Aegean Sea here. So quite the scene and setting. Not to mention the temperatures as well. Like I said, they were standing at 29 to 30 degrees through the course of this morning, and that has there is a nice breeze that we are currently feeling. See nothing too aggressive, so the flight is we will now watch our next rider take to the course now to get us underway once more here in qualifying. Weaving in and out of the boys. Give yourself every chance here. Of course, we've got quite the collective here in the women's category. We had 2 groups heading out, as I said, earlier this morning for free practice, with 9 in each group. A bit of an untidy moment there as you just try to clip through, but this is looks to be a very rapid pace lap. There's rider 202, Rosalia Jora from Poland, who we're just witnessing head on through now as well. Going to be looking to try and hit the heights this time around. Of course, taking part in this for UIM MotoSurf racing team, achieving 23 points last time out in the heats, but off the board it would seem. Unfortunately, Rosalia stopper straight away. So that is a massive shame for a rider that did so well last time out, qualifying 7th place back at for our Fujairah GP. So now we see this lap come to a close now. And crossing the line to begin the next run. Just trying to keep it as tight as we said to the boys now. She looks to sprint very shortly past the long lap on the course, which, as we said, the riders will have to take twice through the 7-lap and 9-lap races that they have coming up. Of course, 9 laps being the final and 7 laps for the heats themselves. So they now peel across the top and get set to hit the back end of the course. So this is Rosalia Jora now on her 2nd run. Looking to get this one primed and at the ready. Final quarter now coming up for the rider she's up against as well. We see the next qualifying lap come through. Here's Rosalia Jora again, and this is looking more affirmed than last time. And if she can keep it tight to the inside, this could give her the possibility of a faster lap. Just look at how aggressive she was crossing the final buoy before crossing the line. Great effort from Jora to recover after the original capsize before dropping into the sea. She's now back after a successful run to close out the first qualifying session of the day. And we have 2 more joining us now. Crossing the line, of course, these are the colours essentially of Li Yunjin, now taking to the circuit. Of course, Apex pilots well represented here as well, with Elisabetta Faitova, who took part last time out back at Fujairah. Of course, Elisabetta taking part in today, representing the Czech Republic. So now we see the next riders now take to the water. Now we see the other now cross the start-finish line through the first sector, weaving left and right. This looks very well balanced indeed, just keeping it nice and tight through the initial stages. This will be a trench you'll want to keep. Took a lot of the red buoy there coming through, but no concerns right now. And crossing the line, our next lap comes through. But she'll have a second run of it this time. So we now see our next surfer now about to come across the line as well. A couple of laps. We have seen a few riders come the wrong end of it, but so far so good here on these runs. Looks like we have Linda Lschider out on circuit right now. Looking to bring this one home for the Czech team. Looking really well balanced out on the circuit right now, as well, as we now see our next lap come to an end. They'll be hoping it's going to be gold this weekend for that golden whiteboard, but first qualifying sessions so far going without a hitch. That time around here is Linda Lschider, comes down through the slalom on the near side. Before coming around the final bends now and across the line to bring an end to her lap at this stage. So far so good. Of course, as we hear of the results, folks, we will of course bring them to your attention as time goes on. So as they now take to the water once more, we've got Barbara Kolarova taking to the circuit. She'll be joined by Laura Markova as well. Of course, in batches of 2, as we have already said. So we take a look at the view of Parc Fermé, as many of the riders are busy ensuring that their boards are up to pace, ready for their very own qualifying runs. So they now sweep left and right. Of course, this is the combination of Laura Markova and Barbara Kolarova heading out onto the circuit to begin their next runs. This one in particular belonging to Barbara Kolarova. Coming through that first sector, weaving left and right again. You see the marshal watching on, making sure everything's okay, but I must say she's looking well balanced and controlled. The commentator's curse, she's come to a stop and off the board. Barbara Kolarova, and that's an upset for her as across to the line comes Laura Markova. Barbara Kolarova now looking to take back to her board and get back underway. But at the moment, Laura Markova doing a stellar job so far. Very well balanced on the board. And now coming through the back end of the top half of the course before now sweeping around for the final run down through the slalom. Shortly across the line. Just whipping the tail out on the board, and she is joined at the moment as they synchronise their way through the final stages of this lap. Laura Markova looking very quick indeed. She now looks to bring an end to her lap, and also Barbara Kolarova, after the upset earlier on, she'll be looking to come back stronger this time. She now sweeps through that first sector before then reaching the halfway point in the course. You can just see there the black boys littered onto the right again. Like I said, that will be where the long lap is taken. Now these two are quite closely bunched together now, so they'll be treading with caution to a certain degree as well through the course of qualifying. But what I will say is that Laura Markova is going to have to deal with the essentially what we would call dirty water in that first sector, but shouldn't impact her too much. They're going to take the different sides of the slalom now, and they're going to meet coming around the final corners here to bring an end to their laps. Both coming together around the final bends and just losing a little bit of balance there. Barbara Kolarova as now Laura Markova comes around the final corner and across the line, both of them registering that last lap. And almost a small snippet of what we could expect to see in our heats later on this afternoon. As next we have Mariana Navarova and Sara Zubarova now taking to the grid. Mariana Navarova, a third in the World Championship last year, or 2023 even. 2022 she was a World Champion and a European Champion that same year too. Representing CMS Racing, so expect a big time from Mariana Navarova. And Sara Zubarova from Slovakia in the number 66. Looking for a decent start as well to her day here at Cheshme, here in Turkey. Of course, going back to our last round, 6 taking part in the heats, 34 points mustered by Mariana Navarova. Back in the United Arab Emirates, she was also fastest in qualifying back then too, so expecting big things here from the 19 rider. Just see more dialed in coming into the boys as well. Just see their full contact and precision. It's like we say in any forms of racing, always hit your apexes, and that's exactly what Mariana Navarova is doing right now for CMS Racing. Coming through the start-finish line now, hitting the first boy straight away. Oh, but she's lost balance and gone. My goodness. Right on a fast run, Mariana Navarova off her board. And that's going to set her back on this current lap. So over to Sara Zubarova to now try and marshal her charge, but as now Navarova looks to put herself back onto the board. Great chance here now for Sara Zubarova to try and muster in a fast lap. She now comes across. Here right now. We said it would be action-packed here in this MotoSurf race. And certainly we have been. Sweeping through the rights and lefts. Coming through the final quarter. And across the line. Another lap taken. It looks like that was Mariana Navarova. We're now currently seeing on screen. But Zubarova coming across the line. Tricky moments already. A couple of riders already making the fair, or their odd mistakes here and there, which of course you don't want in quali, especially when you only get 2 or so laps of action out there on the circuit to really ingrain yourself here into the water itself. So now we see our next contenders come across and get started on their next lap. Valentina Novotna, representing Jet Surf HK, heading out onto the circuit. 37 points mustered in the heats last time out, finishing 4th out of the bunch. Currently standing 4th in the championship, was 10th though in terms of qualifying, so what she did in the races was nothing short of extraordinary. Joining her out there as well will be Emma Strukalova. And as we all know, she has got plenty of credits behind her in terms of championships, being a 2023 world champion and finishing 3rd as well back in our last round in the United Arab Emirates. 42 points under her belt after a string of decent heat performances that was only bested by Eliska Matuskova and Anita Strukalova, both of whom we'll be seeing later on through the course of this qualifying session. In fact, it'll be after these two finish their laps. So keep your eyes on this one, folks. You don't want to miss it, keeping the board as tight as possible. Storming through this middle sector before then taking the final slalom, and this is exactly where she is right now. This is Emma Strukalova coming down now towards the final quarter and undertaking the next lap. As they weave to the left and the right. Looking to bring a strong end to this first lap of running. And Valentina Novotna looking to send this one off in style as she comes up towards the line. And not a bad visit at all, fairly calm and controlled. You just see there the aggression on show here from Emma Strukalova as she whips that board out from left to right. And these naturally aspirated, powered jet boards that we're currently seeing. She comes around the final quarter and across the line. A very solid performance there, no question, from Emma Strukalova. And could be the one to beat. I have to say, the 2023 world champion putting on a show. And some camaraderie on display from Lschider Matuskova and Anita Strukalova, as well as they're about to take to the waters as well. Matuskova comes into this, our current leader in the championship so far. Though I will say this, both Anita and Lschider sharing 54 points off the back of the opening heats that we did witness. But it was third in qualifying for Lschider Matuskova. That has essentially put her to the top of our rostrum for now. But the big question is, can she hold back Anita much longer? With Strukalova certainly showing that with the right lap, she could be a threat. So now we watch them take to the boys now, getting this first lap one and done before they then venture on to the next fast run. Both of them immensely quick as riders, with Lschider Matuskova representing the phenomenal team of Rocket Racing MP Sports. The 3 times world champion and 3 times European champion. Look at us showing everyone at home exactly why. Of course, winning the title here in MotoSurf over the last 2 seasons with the 2024 and 2023 titles. Prior to that, it was Anita Sacharova who held on to the title in 2022. There is Lschider now, making her way through the slalom. And now very shortly into the final 2 corners, picking a side obviously to whip her jet board through. And I must say this is looking very cool, calm and controlled right now through the round, boys, and now through the final corner to bring an end to this next lap. We'll soon find out where this places our 2 phenomenally talented jet surfers. Is now Anita Strukalova comes through the first sector. Here is Lschider Matuskova to the final 2 corners now to bring an end to this lap. Here comes the reigning 2-time MotoSurf Women's Champion through the gate to start the next lap. Representing the Czech Republic. In the final sector, we have Anita Strukalova looking to bring an end to her lap as well. The 3 times European champion, 4-time world championship runner-up. She's bidding to become a champion of the world for the first time. And with 1 good lap here, it could certainly make the difference for the rest of your campaign with 2 rounds. But here is Matuskova heading through the final slalom before the final 2 boys open up now. The question is, how close can she get? Can she keep it tight? Opening up the throttle. And now across the line. And that's the final run completed for Lschider Matuskova. Brilliant showing for both riders. It's going to be very close for the top of the shop, no question. But she looks relatively happy, that's for sure. So we now see the next riders take to the circuit, take to the layout, the course layout here. It looks like Strukalova has managed to take first place in that qualifying session. So a fantastic job on her part to achieve that. So the 2 times European champion, fastest out of the women's. As we're now set for this next fast run. So they now head out onto the course. But a very busy session so far, with the sun beaming down. Now this looks requisite of an apex board to me. Or is it an apex board? Not quite sure, looking at it on our screens. Not right now, it seems, as we now watch the rider take through the boys. Now down through the last slalom before heading through the start-finish gate. This looks like it could be Liu Jin taking to the circuit at the moment. Coming through the next slalom now. We're seeing the fellow competitor taking to the line as well. They're racing through this back segment. And into Park Ferme. So this will be bringing the women's runs to a close. But a really strong performance so far from Anita Strukalova to come in with a top time. A fantastic display from all riders concerned. Obviously a few of them coming off through the course of their runs. I'm sure they'll be looking to regather themselves before the heats kick off for, well, throughout the course of the weekend. But we will have to wait and see. We've got plenty of qualifying before that, before we can get into the nitty-gritty of the races. Here are the confirmed results, everybody. And Anita Strukalova is indeed your fastest rider. She takes first place here in qualifying, followed by Eliska Matuskova in second place. It certainly was our top two at the very end of qualifying who have taken the top spot. Zara Zubarova as well in third, with Mariana Navarova in fourth. Linda Lschider down in fifth. Then Emma Strukalova down in sixth place. Adela Ostralikova in seventh place, with Liu Jin in eighth place with Laura Markova. Next up, Elizabeta Faitova in 10th. Valentina Novotona in 11th. Next up, Barbara Kolarova in 12th. And Rosalia Jora down in 13th. Anna Burke from the USA in the 14th, with Sara Fulvova in 15th place as well. And that rounds off the rest of the order. But that's the women's class. Now at a stop. We'll now have the next group heading out very shortly to kick us off. But fantastic display once again from Anita Strukalova, the two-time European champion and four-time World Championship runner-up. Now looking to take the fight to Eliska Matuskova. Is now the next class take to the circuit and get us underway. To kick us off for the next session. Of course, now we're going to be heading into the juniors segment, with the junior boys kicking us off for the next qualifying session, and then the junior girls to surf up after them. So it was an impressive 50.315 that granted Anita Strukalova the fastest qualifying time. Of course, Polina Karpova and Dinara Ibramova finishing towards the rear of that field, but now we're heading into the junior boys category to kick us off for the first runs. And it's Stepan Simek to get us underway from the Czech Republic. Looking to register the first run in this category. Just trying to keep it as tight as possible. To the boys out in front. And now bringing the lap to an immediate close. And now back into Park Ferme. Next up will be Sani Uras and Mohamed Chigdem to head out onto the circuit. And there is the Turkish number 13, Sani Uras, now taking to the layout here in the Aegean Sea. Now sweeping into the next left, the young Turkish talent. Also looking for a strong start here. Number 4 here in junior boys. That being Mohamed Chigdem. And joining Sani Uras as well on this lap. As now they come on through the circuit layout. Just running a little bit wide of the apex there to kick us off. Of course, over the last 3 years, we've seen some very talented young juniors creep through into the World Championship factor. We have, of course, had last season Sebastian Kostalecki, who went on to win the Junior Boy Championship in 2024. Farmez Ramadan went on to win the 2023 junior category the year before, and Oliver Navarra the year before that in 2022. But they'll be taking to 5 laps in the heats later on, will the boys. So now we watch them come to the closing stages of this first run. Of course, Mohamed Chigdem and Sani Uras. Just building their way through the slalom on this second run. Weaving left and right as they go. Strong balance and control so far. Arms outstretched to try and maintain that balance as well. It's Mohamed Chigdem. Comes through the final few boys now through the rounded gates. And now the final quarter before entering through past the start-finish line. And registering that lap time to bring his run to an end. He'll be very quickly joined as well by Sani Uras. Coming down, weaving through the rights and lefts. The boys pushing them through now, coming down in towards the next sweeping right. This is, of course, the first time we have seen these two competing in this series. Of course, they didn't actually appear back at the UAE last time. As now Sani Uras comes up towards the start-finish line to bring an end to his qualifying run. And will now bring his board up into Park Ferme. And next up will, of course, be Maximilian Haruska, who scored 25 points in the heats. Currently 5th place in the Junior Boy Championship. And Maximilian Haruska also joined by Jakub Jurochny from the Czech Republic on the 59 board, who also appeared back at the United Arab Emirates last time with 21 points against his name so far in the championship. Of course, they did manage to take part in the final. Last time out, the final was won by Matthias Barvik. So now they head out onto the circuit to get their next laps underway. And their first runs here in qualifying as well. Just waiting for the go-ahead so they can take the opening lap and then muster up a fast run after that. But just waiting for the go-ahead before they can get going. The marshal's on hand just to, as we know, just see a boat capsize there on the water. Maximilian Hruska, you can just see they're still on his board on the right-hand side. Jakub Nurochny just having a bit of a tricky start to his session to kick off. Of course, many of these young lads looking to kickstart their MotoSurf campaigns here in junior. Of course, then eventually move on into stock racing, into either stock or stock R, and then ambitions for the elite class, where many of our top riders, of course, take part in the MotoSurf World Championship. Obviously in bid to become the next Lukas Zahorski, for example, who is very much a star name in this championship. So now we wait for them to get going. Maximilian Hruska just waiting for the go-ahead. Marshal's on hand to obviously just give them a hand and let them know when the time is right to push. Now negotiating their way through the chop. And they're now taking to the water now. Ready for their first of two fast runs now as we see Jakub Nurochny taking the first lap. Big wide line coming through the first buoy, but immediately clipping the next one. But the one after that was a little bit of a stretch. So he has to now weave back through. Just not keeping it quite as tight as perhaps he would have liked, but again, taking that wide sweeping line, and there are the black boys we can see on the long lap that these riders will be taking later on, as now makes his way through that initial slalom, and now being set on now is Maximilian Hruska. Will now look to add his name to the list as well as he now storms through the first sector. Nurochny now heading down the back slalom. He's off his board as well, so a rough venture for Jakub Nurochny, who is currently in the water. Now looking to regather himself. Maximilian Hruska will very shortly be at that position on circuit, and you can just see there Nurochny taking that wide line and taking himself out of the layout, which is actually quite gentlemanly, just to allow Hruska to get a nice clean run in for his first effort here in qualifying for junior boys. As now Hruska comes through the final two corners to then commence his next lap. But so far so good. It can be so difficult to negotiate your way around this first sector, especially when you consider you've got the slalom of 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8, and later 9 at the top of the hill, as we now watch as Nurochny heads through the latter part of this lap. And looking to bring an end to this one in a positive sense. It's never ideal for the confidence to be somewhat capsized, but he's just digging deeper to see whether he can dial in this lap time. But now heading around the final few boys on this lap, he'll then look to come across the line and register it as, or be as optimal as possible. And coming across the line to complete that run. Not an easy visit. As now here comes Maximilian Hruska. And across the line to confirm his final lap as well. So positive display from Maximilian Hruska. Jakub Nurochny might not necessarily be feeling the same way, as now we have Oliver Wolf taking to the track along with Matthias Barvik. Of course, Barvik, a championship leader at the moment, representing MS Czech Talent, and winner in our last finale back at the UAE at Fujairah. Qualified 6th though. He went straight from the back to the very front come the end of the round, and it has given him now a position of 18 points in the championship so far after the final scoop, but of course the heats he also managed to muster 34 points. So looking to end this in good style if possible. And being joined by Oliver Wolf, who is second in the championship thus far. There's now Oliver Wolf. Just to make his way out. And through this back stretch. And through the top of the course right now as well. Coming through towards turn one. Just weaving through the lefts and rights. Like I said, you've been talking about two of the top pilots, two of the top riders here in the junior boys section. Obviously looking to go on to big things later in their future. So we still have others to consider as well, because Stanislav Kuhort will be here as well, and of course the young man who went fastest in qualifying. Keeping it nice and dialed in now and up towards the line. We'll soon see where Matthias Barvik and Oliver Wolf have placed themselves, but both riders looking extremely competent out there at the moment. No concerns their end. Oh, I spoke a little bit too, perhaps spoke a little bit too soon. It looks like one of them is in the water. So opportunities here are plenty. Of course, we'll see how they summarise come the end of the qualifying session. But again, it's a confidence game sometimes, and coming off your board like that certainly doesn't help. And yes, oh my goodness, both riders have come off now. Extraordinary. So that's both Matthias Barvik and Oliver Wolf that have come off into the water. And not an ideal way to bring this lap to a close. Of course, Matthias Barvik coming into this as our current leader in the championship. But a very, very tricky moment. And that's not going to help matters. Of course, we still have two more runners heading out in junior boy. Leo Lechal Kratochvil will be heading out as well, not to mention Stanislav Kuhort as well. Heading onto the water this time around. And in the 252 is Stanislav. The 252 and 28 for Leo Lechal Kratochvil. And whipping this jet surfboard into shape. Of course, both these competitors will have a great chance now to enlist the top times as they did last time. Of course, Stanislav Kuhort managed to pull together the fastest qualifying time last time out at the Fujairah GP. Now crossing the line and beginning his first lap of asking. Whipping through the fast lefts and rights, but already off the board. So Leo, looks like it could be Leo Lechal Kratochvil. Off into the water. That's less than ideal for the young man, the young Austrian. Off into the water, of course, qualified 5th last time, but managed to recover brilliantly to muster a 3rd place finish in the finale. Only mustered 53 points altogether, coming off the back of the heats, and Stanislav Kuhort actually managed to outscore him after that, but he was still ahead of Matthias Barvik. So now we also watch Stanislav Kuhort now looking to dig deep on the 2.52 board, dialing it in as best as possible. Qualified first last time, would love to see a repeat before he then comes across the line to confirm his second run. Trying to stay as well balanced as possible as he now sweeps through the next right and lefts. Just staying well balanced, looking really strong at the moment. This could be enough to go fastest of anybody here by Stanislav Kuhort, following suit from his last outing. And now on to the second lap. As now we see his competitor that he's up against, of course, Leo Lichol-Krakachovil for Jet Surf Factory. Kratoshvil looking to end this in style, if possible. Trying to keep it as tight as possible. Through the gates he goes. And now down towards the final corners to bring an end to this next run. Through the start-finish gates he'll go. That's Leo Lichol-Krakachovil across the line. The Austrian completing his runs. And now, last but certainly not least, Stanislav Kuhort will be looking to join him as well. As he comes up towards the line, this could very easily be a P1 lap time. But we will, of course, take a look at the results of qualifying off the back of that last one. We will, of course, have the junior girls heading out next. So the junior girls heading out with Adela Pokarova to kick us off for the first run. Adela Pokarova not incidentally joining us back at our last round at the United Arab Emirates. But here this time to enter her name into the championship fold. Of course, last time out we had Ellen Bedova, who came off the back of the two heats that she managed to put together to be classified as first place in the results overall at Fujairah. And Nella Pozdinikova for Jet Surf, second in that listing as well. Third, coming off the back of the heats with 42 points. Second in the championship at the moment with Maya Zulovinska and Melanie Janhubova. We've got quite the contingent of junior classes here, of course, in between boy and girl. Adela Pokarova will be the first to head out in the 78 Jet Surfboard. Now looking to kickstart in the best vein possible now as she flies down through towards the final two boys. Of course, last year's champion junior girl was Kristina Herbkova. Many will be looking to follow suit in her footsteps. As Adela Pokarova comes through the first sector, and now taking the early segments of this layout, just trying again to keep it as tight as possible to the apexes, hit the lines that are necessary. Through the left-handed red boy, and now through towards the yellows. Now whipping through the lefts as well, and then when you reach to the top of the course, this is where she is now before beckoning into the slalom on this first run. Just looking nice and smooth, dialed in at the moment. Of course, pushing these two-stroke engines around this beautiful setting that we have here at Cheshme. And I have to say that the the breeze is certainly settled just a little bit. It's certainly not as venomous as it was before. It might be feeling a little bit different out there on the water as now she begins her second lap. Adela Pokarova so far very smooth at the moment. Of course, this being her first outing here this season since the first round back at the UAE at the Fujairah GP. Of course, 2 rounds to come after this. We are, of course, going to be heading to Manfredonia in Italy on the 3rd to the 5th of October, and then later on in October the final round at Zadac in Croatia. Oh, and she's off. Goodness me, the 78 is off. That's unfortunate for Adela Pokarova. She is off into the water. The first lap was smooth and it looked like the second was just going to be as good, but unfortunately that's a very bitter end to what looked to be a very solid run to kick off her first appearance here in this MotoSurf GP at Cheshme. And now she'll bring herself back to Parc Fermé. But it won't be long before we see our next runners. Of course, Melanie Janhubova, who came off the back of a difficult qualifying session last time out in the junior category, but currently sits 4th in the junior girls standings after achieving 29 points in the heats. She'll be looking for a big recovery here, but she is going to be joined as well by Maja Zulovinska, who achieved 7 points more than Melanie did last time out. As they take to the water yet again. This time, Maja Zulovinska, we can see there on screen, representing Poland for the Tenzi MotoSurf Racing team. And Poland with a very proud contingent of riders across not just the junior category, but also, you know, performing nationals in the category of the Masters and also in the elite side as well. Of course, we've seen mainly them in the Masters and a few of them competing in the stock class. And obviously in the junior girl category as well. And many of these looking to become those future stars in the women's category, that's for sure. But it will be Maja Zulovinska to kick things off here for our next run here in junior girl. Coming around the final corner to get us underway. Keeping it nice and smooth already out of the blocks. As she comes through the first sector. Young Polish talent now looking to try and light things up here on the timing screen. Obviously after the little mishap that we saw earlier on from Adela Pokarova. She won't want to take a leaf out of it too much. Just try and run her own session. Of course we do have Melanie Janhubova. Of course she'll also be looking for a gigantic recovery. Despite being 4th in the junior girl. There's not a huge gulf in points difference between Melanie and Ellen Berdova, who is our current top championship leader at the moment in the junior girl category. Plenty of opportunities in between now and the end of the season to close that gap straight up. The gap, incidentally, only currently stands at 25 points. So that can very easily be reined in. So now we watch them come through the latter stages on this lap. As Maja Zulovinska weaves throughout the boys out there on track. Now flying through towards the first corner out, and it looks like we've had an off there as well. That looks like it might be Melanie Janhubova, just having a tricky start to her next run. So Maja Zulovinska perhaps looking to take full opportunity of this. After this, we do, of course, have the two top contenders in the junior girl category, Lschider and Nella Poznikova. As now Malia Zudovinska makes her way through the slalom and through towards the final corners on this layout, looking to bring a positive end to the qualifying run. Because I do wonder how Adela Podkorova is going to fare at the end in terms of the results. As now once again we have it off. My goodness, that's another off. It looks like Melanie Janhubova is having more problems again, as now Maja Zudovinska crosses the line. So we'll get an update on the timing screen at the end of the session, folks. Next up, we do, of course, have our two front runners in the junior girl category of Lschider and Nella Poznikova. Just waiting to attend to the stricken jet surf board towards the back, just waiting for the course to clear up. Of course, the marshals in attendance in fast communication with the rest of the crews, as now we see our top two in the standing. And on the left-hand side is, of course, Nella Poznikova. And in the 116 on the right-hand side, Lschider for jet surf, Pardubice, and then, in fact, both pilots actually representing the same team organisations, both hailing, of course, from the Czech Republic. Nella on the right looks to get set to set off on her first run. See, we'll wait and see as to who goes first. Now the last group comes to an end, or certainly the last pairing comes to an end. We will, of course, watch as Lschider and Nella Poznikova will head out onto the layout to kickstart things here at Cheshme in Turkey for the final runs here in Junior Girl, before we bring a close to qualifying for the junior category. We will then move on to the next class. Of course, we do still have Master and also Stocks to come up later on. Of course, the Stocks with a rich vibrance of variety in terms of those taking part. Of course, many of them looking to get into the elite class and, as I said, join the top names such as Lucas Zahorski. So we now watch we watch Nella Poznikova get her next lap underway. Coming through the first sector now, dialing things in is the 130 from Czech. Coming through the first sector now, trying to keep it as dialed in and as aggressive as possible. Just trying to get through the boys in slick and solid style. And so far she's achieving that with every turn. Making her way through the top of the course before then stretching down through the final slalom to bring an end to this first lap of asking. Lschider has already been set out on her run as well. There she is now, striking gold and white. Of course, our current leader in the championship after two heats. Well, after the heats we had back at the UAE, achieving second place. And 54 points to the good as well. Top of the junior girl category. Really putting on a good showing as well right now. Just look at how tight she is to every single boy out there on course. This is certainly a great first lap display so far. Nella Poznikova already around on her next lap. Looking to register her second run. But Lschider really hitting her marks at the moment. It bodes well in terms of qualifying here at the moment, should she be able to muscle this together. So now Nella Poznikova flies down to the final corners very shortly, coming out of the slalom. through those gates and now around the final bend, where she'll now tackle the start-finish line to bring an end to this particular run. That's a solid outing for Nela Podznikova. We'll see how it fares in the timings later on, but here comes Ellen Burdova, now coming up through the final slalom this time to cap off junior girl category. And then we'll see how they rank against the junior boys as well. Remember, of course, they do get classified separately for their own championships, as now Ellen Burdova makes her way across the line. And that is her final time registered. She'll then bring herself back into Parc Ferme. But an impressive performance from her. But is it enough to grant the numbers that she's looking for here in this championship? As we take a look back in Parc Ferme at the moment, many of the riders getting ready for their runs out in their own sessions, but we've already seen the women take to the circuit along with the junior boys. We've now seen the junior girls just finish up here. It won't be long before we see the masters as well as the stocks take to the course. It's a fantastic effort all round as we look ahead to the next class. Next up, we have the Masters category to take us through for the next part of the session. Of course, following that then is Elite before we then hit into the stock categories. So now heading into the Masters. Of course, plenty of talented pilots taking to the layout here. Kicking things off with Yoon Jin from Korea. On the 85 jet surfboard. After this, of course, we do have the Elite before we head into the stocks. But now as we have the Masters underway, Yoon Jin kicking us off here for these first runs here in the session. Didn't see Yoon Jin in action last time out, unfortunately, but here for his first runs here in Masters, here in the MotoSurf World Championship. Kim Down, of course, a reigning champion in the Masters category. We'll, of course, be seeing him later on. He will be our final runner out to the Masters conglomerate that we have here. But Yoon Jin looking to get his championship off to a decent start, and so far this is a nice controlled display. Nothing too aggressive, nothing too hasty, just plotting his way around this circuit. And of course the wind has started to pick up around here. Just keeping my eyes out on the water. It definitely is starting to blow a little bit stronger, so the riders are going to have to cope with those increasingly difficult conditions, and not to mention, you know, that can affect the balance of the board out on the water as well. So you really need to have your wits about you, and just see there perhaps Yoon Jin treading with a little bit of caution here as he makes his way through the gates, and clipping all of the boys now coming through the final technical slalom sector, and now around the final bend to cross the line and confirm his first run here in qualifying, and the first that we have seen from the Masters. Next up we do have Kamil Lschider as well as Boris Oskaya as well. So Lschider representing the Czech Republic with Barış from Turkey. There is Barış now in the fluorescent yellow and black in the 63 jersey. Looking for a decent start to his weekend here at Cheshme here in Turkey. So now we wait for him to take to the circuit layout to begin his first run here. But of course it'll be Lschider as well, out and about there to kick us off. As he now puts himself into position with that wide line coming into the final corners before he then commences through the start-finish gates to begin his first flying run here. So here comes Lschider. The Czech Republican now whipping his way through the yellow and red boys. Here in the first few corners, rising through boys 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 and 8 in the first sector before he then storms upwards to beyond boy 9. And the escape of the, well, heading into the long lap, but of course he won't take that. And now taking the start-finish line is Barış as soon as you hit the midway point in the lap. Bit of a slow run though there from Barış, just bringing his board to a little bit of a halt coming through that first segment. Maybe just getting slightly lost, or maybe the balance started to fail him, I'm not quite sure, but he decided to take his foot off the gas a little bit. So now we watch as Lschider comes around the final corner to register yet another lap, and now look to get set onto his final one. Of course, both riders here for the first time this season. It's quite a vast collective here in the Masters category. Mention about the huge grids we had here. Of course, we had 20 riders last time out at the Fujairah GP. We're not doing too bad for numbers again, I have to say. Plenty of them looking to take to the circuit layout as across the line comes Barış. As now we see coming around the final bend is Lschider to bring an end to that second run. So that will conclude business for him. And it looks like, oh dearie me, we've had an off here in the Masters category. Barış off at, I think, coming into the second sector, just coming into the top of the hill. He's come off just on the outset of, I believe, somewhere at the point just outside of turn 7, turn 8. As now Lschider brings his board straight in. Barış will still complete the lap, bring it towards the start-finish line. Oh, it looks like he's just going to bring it home anyway. He knows that this lap is over, but take it to the outside of the course just to make sure that he's clear and away from the circuit itself, just to allow the other competitors to come on through. He will, of course, come in to Parc Fermé and allow our next runners to take to the water, which will be Erhan Özkan and Stuart Olifant. Of course, Stuart Olifant joining us from the UK. He'll be the first we've seen from a British competitor here in the MotoSurf Championship this season. We didn't have any British riders taking part back at the Fujairah GP, so it's fantastic to see that come to an end here. So we'll see how he fares this time. He's not the only Brit competing here, of course, this weekend. We do, of course, have Mark Entwistle, who will be taking part in the next runs as well. So you now see the next two whip their way through the slalom. Stuart Olifant in the number 808. And in the 066 for Erhan Özkan. for these first runs, as now we watch them take to the water. For their first runs now. Just waiting patiently to be given the go-ahead for our next two riders to jump out of the blocks. Just rotating until they're given the clearance by the marshals, and also bear in mind we do have race control on offer here. Of course, this series back in 2019 was officially recognised by the UIM, the Union International Moto Nautique, and recognised as well by the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, since 2010. Of course, MotoSurf began life back in 2012 in the Czech Republic. That was when it was established and has since been building year on year with some very talented individuals coming in to join the championship, and that's a very aggressive line taken against the red boy there, taking no prisoners. Balance is so key in these very fragile moments in qualifying, where it can make all the difference in terms of where you start your race. But for Erhan Özkan and Stuart Olifant, there is going to be very big pressure as now we watch as they take the middle part of the circuit. And now coming in towards the last slalom. Very shortly, just looking like a very slow controlled run so far. Nothing of the aggressive sort right now. As they breeze through the yellow and red boys before then tackling the final bend and across the start-finish line to commence the next lap once more. Of course, plenty of stars taking part in this. We speak about, of course, Kim Down, who hails from Korea, a Masters class world champion and a stock class runner-up over the course of 2024. A stock class world champion in 2022, though. Also have Arkadiusz Janora taking part as a Polish international later on as well, so plenty of high-profile names, including Jano van Kazbilch, who was a Electric Challenge runner-up back last year, and Austrian international Roman Litschl-Krakatschwil. He was also 11th in the Masters World Cup in 2024. So now we watch them come through the slalom. Once again, like I said, a very controlled run, and you just know that if another rider makes a mistake and drops their board, you know, runs like these can make the difference, and that's exactly what can happen when you lose control, and that is Olifant in the water. Stuart Olifant has had a moment, and unfortunately has come off on his, I believe, second lap as well, so not a nice way to finish, but two fairly straightforward laps here for Boris Oskaya, or Erhan Özkan, I should say, to bring his board in. And Stuart Olifant is now going to come back into Parc Fermé. He's giving a thumbs up to say he's okay to the marshal. But he'll be very disappointed after losing it on that second run. And therefore, we'll have to have a rethink ahead of the heats later on. But we'll have to see where they placed towards the end of the session, but heading back into Parc Fermé will be Stuart Olifant. Next up we have Sebastian Lux and Mark Entwistle. So yet another British pilot met with a German competitor as well next to him. And again, these two marking their first appearances of the season here in the Masters category. There's quite the conglomerate here in the paddock, just waiting and watching the riders head out. Like I said, such a huge number of pilots taking part in the Masters segment, and very much like the stock and the stock R as well. Of course, we merge those two together. They do get classified separately, but they create such a vast group of numbers, which always adds an extra little bit of spice as well to the heat results and also the finals too. where the big points will be on offer. Of course, in the Masters, they'll have 6 laps and 2 long laps to take. And then with 10 laps and 2 long laps to take in the final as well. But next up, all eyes will be on Sebastian Lux and Mark Entwistle to take us through the next portion, the 4th pairing of our Masters segment. Of course, after this, we do have Ted Burke as well as Nikita Antonov. Of course, Ted Burke representing the United States, who have strong numbers themselves this time around as well. We would, of course, be seeing later on in the stock class the very well known and very popular statesman taking part in this series, Anthony Squires, who is a North American champion in 2022, 23 and 24, and was 3rd in the World Championships over the last couple of seasons, taking part in 23 and 24. Of course, Kim Down, the one to beat in that championship generally, but Kim Min-sung proved to be the one potentially to watch after him, but of course he's not competing in this one. We will be seeing Kim Down, who has come into this 2nd in the stock class. But on to that when that arrives, which will be the last group that head out, because of course we will be seeing elite class come out after we've completed the Masters segment. And only a select group of pilots make up the elite. Of course, you get qualification to elite once you've made it through the stock classes. And the major difference between, obviously, when we look at the Masters and the elite compared to the stock classes, is that with the stock classes you are confined to using the jet surfboard technology, everyone running the same equipment. Whereas when you move your way into the Masters segment and also the elite categories, the categories are open to various manufacturers, so you can see that little bit of variation of jet boards. And then also they're allowed to, in turn, tune their performance where necessary. So that's the advantage. So not only do you have to be a great rider to win in the Masters and also the elite, but you also have to be very knowledgeable when it comes to setting up the jet surfboards. And very much is the same in the world of Formula One, for example, where you tune a car to the spec of the driver to make sure that he's competitive on a weekend. But these events largely, in the stock class where you are restricted to that one style of board, it's very similar to a Formula 2 or a Formula 3 where you can't adjust anything beyond the wings and the brake ratios and everything else. It's very much linear in terms of how the cars perform. They all run the same chassis, they all run the same engine manufacturer, and that is very much the same here as well in MotoSurf in certain categories, especially in the stock categories. But here in the Masters, they haven't got such afflictions. They can tune their engines to their heart's content and open the doors up to various manufacturers. But again, this is the mark of a great jet surfer. If you can be quick, but at the same time have the engineering know-how, it could be the difference between winning and losing in many ways. So it tests the fortitude of various pilots from across the globe, which is great to see. As now we await our next pilots to hit the water as we pan across to this beautiful setting here at Cheshme. As I said, the name Cheshme meaning fountain, and we got plenty of water here to certainly make a fountain, that's for sure. But here in round 2 of the MotoSurf World Championship, you join us here with 2 rounds to go after this, with Manfredonia, Italy, coming up on the 3rd and 5th of October, with the 10th to the 12th of October opening things up for the Zadar Croatia finale. And the temperature is still stable at the moment. I can give you a rundown, in fact, as to how much the drivers are feeling out there. We are awaiting on the results. I can sort of break down the results for you for the junior girl category, folks at home. I can tell you that Ellen Badova was the fastest girl out in qualifying with a 53.652, and she finished ahead of Nela Pozdanikova, who finished second, and then Adela Pokarova finished in third. Maya Zilovinska finished down in fourth, and Melanie Janhrubova down in fifth. So well done, Ellen Bodova, going fastest again here this time in qualifying for the junior girls. And she was, of course, our championship leader and qualified second last time, so has gone one step higher this time at Cheshme. So well done her. Congratulations to Ellen. All the way from the Czech Republic, as many of the top riders here in MotoSurf are obviously from. But we're still waiting to see the rest of our Masters competitors head out onto the circuit. Of course, like we said, the next one's Sebastian Lux and Mark Entwistle. It's quite the queue of pilots are waiting to head out onto the water, and obviously with this tension as they wait on the side of the water, obviously with the sun beating down. Obviously it's a home race this weekend for the Czech pilots, who are probably more used to these conditions than most. Perhaps some might not be as confident with the conditions out there on circuit, but we'll wait and see. So we have a nice wave from the pilots. And you just see there a slightly forlorn, I'm sure, Stuart Olifant, I think, conversing with his fellow British national, Mark Entwistle, there on the left-hand side. And I was chatting to Mark not too long ago, in fact, in the paddock, and he was saying to me that he suffered a little bit of a hand strain coming into this round. So coming in 6 days after his... coming in 6 days after just straining that hand, it not broken, obviously, he wouldn't be competing otherwise, but obviously he's been dealing with a little bit of pain. But he was showing me the gloves that he uses to obviously use to control the jet craft, at the same time position himself in the water, just managing himself around these courses, because ultimately that's what you need to do to be successful around here. Obviously Mark Entwistle is going to have his wits about him heading through the qualifying phase, and also subsequently we do have the heat races coming up along with the final. So there's a lot on the line as we see a very busy paddock behind the scenes, and many of the teams at work. Of course, not as busy as it was earlier on today, as many of the crews are now making their way to the side of the water, on water side, just watching the qualifying unfold. And here is where Parc Fermé is currently operating. But many spectators watching on board, some of them dancing to the tunes we have here on the beach, and that's a skill in itself with the water bottle. Some very talented people here on the beach side here at Cheshme. As the marshals now bring their jet skis to the water's edge, obviously just waiting for clearance to head back out. Just a little bit of a delay. We do have a delay on our junior boys results as well at the moment, folks. We will keep you posted as to when they are available. As soon as we find out, we will obviously keep you posted as to the current circumstances. But we do thank you for your patience here with us, and very much thank you for tuning in as well, wherever you are in the world, as the sun continues to hit us here at the MotoSurf GP of Turkey 2025. You see there the crews just waiting on water's edge, getting ready for either their ventures out onto the water or even their class to come around. We've got some diligent staff on hand as well to help manage the situation, obviously ensure that the riders are comfortable. A lot of water being consumed by riders and also commentators out here as well. I can assure you I've got my fresh supply here as well, but quite a collective here on the beaches of Turkey. As we said, we're currently 85 kilometers west of the Izmir region of Turkey, and obviously quite a setting for a MotoSurf GP event. But as you can see, plenty of spectators on the left-hand side watching all of this unfold. As we said, obviously recognised by the UIM that look after the very highest level of world water sports, world water motorsports. MotoSurf is absolutely no different. And, obviously quite the prestigious championship, and obviously everyone wants to be a world champion. We will of course keep you up to date, folks, as soon as we hear news of when the riders will be heading out, but many of them trying to stay in the water to keep cool at the moment. Some of the riders also going out there testing machinery, making sure everything's okay as well. Obviously, quite a few riders after free practice today were getting their boards fixed up. Opportunity for pictures as well for various riders and their teams here inside the stock class. I can see as well that our adjudicator is there at the front, just getting ready to ensure that we're in position, ready for our next competitors to line up on to the beach, to take to the water's edge. Of course, we all know that we will be seeing Mark Entwistle and Sebastian Lux take to the water very shortly. Marshall's waiting on the jet skis as well. As soon as they head outwards, we will of course be back underway. And here are our next competitors. There is of course on the left-hand side Mark Entwistle, ready to head out on his first qualifying run. And on the right-hand side, Sebastian Lux in the number 11 jersey for Germany. So from one British competitor to another, we now witness our first German rider of the day. It's Sebastian Lux, who also did not join us last time at the Fujairah GP to open up the season. They now head around the circuit and get themselves prepared, ready for their first qualifying runs of their session. So here we go. Onwards to our fourth pairing here in the Masters class. Of course, Kim Down, as I said, the reigning Masters champion, will be coming up later on in our sequence of riders. He'll be part of the 14th pairing that we see make their way out onto the circuit. Of course, we've got 10 pairings until that point. Various talented individuals, including the likes of Radek Lschider and Efe Gursoy, not to mention Yuri Blahar, and further down Petr Poznik and David Poznik. And Jano Vankersbilch as well, who will be looking to head out, as well as Yuri Stobicek. As we now watch as the riders take to the water, we now have Sebastian Lux getting underway on his first fast run. A little bit unbalanced there, just toppled forward a little bit, just needs to try and find the balance. As we said, these boards are open to changes by the riders, as now Mark Entwistle makes his way down the next straight. Just trying to breeze his board through the early to mid sectors on this lap. Coming through now towards the start-finish line is Sebastian Lux, the German, now to begin his second run here in qualifying. Now whipping the board's tail out here, coming through the first sector. This is lovely and smooth here so far from Sebastian Lux. After that little brief scare on the opening lap, he has since rebalanced and gathered himself, and now he seems to be in a full vein of form. In fact, on his second lap, he is catching up with Mark Entwistle at the moment. Mark Entwistle now coming through the slalom right now as Sebastian Lux continues to pick up speed. Obviously, this is very much akin to what you see in the downward slalom skiers. Only this is a lot flatter on the water. Sebastian Lux gets into the wash of Mark Entwistle's jet surfboard, and he sets out on his second fast run. Looking to register a better run this time, just struggling to find that apex at the moment. But weaving through this first sector, is going to need to try and dial it in now through the slalom. Heading around the red buoy and now in towards this hefty straight. And now curving around uphill through turn 10. And next up a trip in towards the slalom through the gates as well, where he'll now undertake the remainder of this lap. But it looks like Sebastian Lux will be comfortably qualifying ahead of Mark Entwistle here at the end of the session. Very good lap from Sebastian Lux, and we could yet see him reach the top end of the timing screen. I would not be surprised at all if that's the case. Next up, we will of course be seeing Ted Burke and Nikita Antonov, but Mark Entwistle crossing the line, finishing his run. Oh my goodness, we've had Mark Entwistle off, and there's some gesturing as well from Sebastian Lux. So doesn't look very happy, the German. And obviously some miscommunication there somewhere. The marshal's coming across to intervene and offer support, but Sebastian Lux looking to get underway on his next lap. But he was extremely quick on that first run with Sebastian Lux. But Mark Entwistle will now make his way back to the shore. Just lost his balance coming through that first sector. I think obviously suddenly aware that Sebastian Lux was on his tail, and I think it kind of caught him by surprise. But the German competitor now crosses the line, starts weaving through the slalom. And through this next left and right. Coming into the left-hander now, he'll then venture down through towards the next gate. Gives the boy a mighty punch as he makes his way through. Obviously just gives you, I think, a little bit of a vent there, obviously, to get rid of some of that anger that Sebastian Lux has. And obviously sometimes that can be your best friend in terms of maximising your fast runs. But no slouch, it would seem, Sebastian Lux. Just look how dialed in he is. This is silky smooth from the German competitor. Lovely to see coming into the final. Boys now and across the line. Very good. Slaps the water immediately. He is delighted with that. Sebastian Lux, with all that pepped up frustration, he's turned it into energy. And we'll see where that lap positions him later on when the classification unveils itself. But an action-packed moment there with two pilots nearly coming to blows through the course of the second run for Sebastian Lux. As now we move across to Ted Burke and Nikita Antonov, as we now watch as the two riders make their way out onto the circuit layout. We didn't see neither of these riders last time either at our last race weekend in the Masters at the Fujairah Round 1 event at the United Arab Emirates. So this will be a first time seeing them here this time around. There's always that essence of mystery as well. I mean, obviously Sebastian Lux could become a main danger in terms of the qualifying laps when we see them unveiled towards the end, especially with some of those laps, the way he was dialed in. The pace was red hot as well. He caught Mark Entwistle through the later stint of his lap. But it looks like we've already had an off, and that must be, so it's a United States flag on the back, that must be Ted Burke, who has got off into the water. So a difficult moment already for the man for the United States, who now finds himself in the water. And that's just at the slalom before you get started. So that's obviously not a precedence you want to set before you even undertake your fast lap, but equally, might be using it to cool himself down. You never know. It does get very hot out there, especially at the moment. Nikita Antonov, all in purple. You just see him in the bottom end of your screen, just rotating at the moment, waiting to head out on his fast run. Of course, he's got to give Ted Burke half a circuit of leeway before he then undertakes his first flying run. But here comes Ted Burke now, around the final corner, and will set out on his first lap of asking, coming through the slalom of the first sector. The gateway to the long lap on the right-hand side. Of course, not something that Ted Burke could be looking to take just yet, but the gates you can see there in black are the re-entry guidelines for where the riders are supposed to come back onto the mainstay circuit when we come into racing action later on, and that will cause some thrills and spills when we get into race trim later into the weekend. But Ted Burke hitting every boy so far. And we saw Sebastian Lux largely doing the same thing as well, but perhaps with a little bit more commitment here. But still early days. Ted Burke will have every chance here of increasing and heating up the pace. They might choose to put in a banker to kick things off for their first run and then set about maximising their performance for their next lap. You always feel a little bit better with a lap behind you already. Nikita Antonov is now making his way through the halfway point of the circuit now. Coming through the latter point on this next lap to very shortly begin lap 2. But as he now makes his way through the slalom, he's being caught up here by Ted Burke at the moment, who's also in the slalom portion. Through some very quick pace elsewhere on the grid. So they come through the final gates, and in fact, he's moved past him as Ted Burke. He's got past Nikita Antonov as Burke now brings an end to that last lap. Just remonstrating with Park Furby as well. So Nikita Antonov looking to bring a close to his second lap now this time. But we'll have largely clean air for this second run. The benefits, obviously, of this double lane approach you can use in the final sector of this map. Of course, some of the drivers can take the left route or the right route, depending on where they are. Just see, I think that was Anthony Squires as well, just conversing with Ted Burke there. Obviously, both hailing from the United States, and just having a conversation with the MotoSurf GP staff on the side, I think, just asking, maybe a few key questions. Obviously, Nikita Antonov was on his first run, whilst Ted Burke was on his first. As now we watch as Antonov makes his way around the final corner to complete that second run. So that's Group 4 and Group 5 now coming to an end. We're going to move on to Group 6 as Antonov moves into the water. So now Ted Burke comes through, taking the long way round on this next lap. Looks like he's going to put one more in as well. Coming through the first sector, of course, they do have time in places to the riders out there. Took a bit of contact there with the head on the boy right there, but that's exactly why they wear helmets. It's all for good reason, that's for sure. But I have to say, Ted Burke looking very quick out there on circuit and just keeping it dialed in and precise. Just snatches a little bit of the water there, coming through the left-handed boy as he looks to loop round, and now heading into the slalom. Ideally looking to pick up the pace for that final run as he now begins to make his way through the slalom. And I think a little bit of frustration creeping in as he bails out of the lap. So that'll be the end of the run here for Ted Burke. I think he'll be happy, with the first couple of runs that he puts in. There's definitely some positivity there for the man for the United States. We'll wait and see how he fares at the end of the session, but no emotion just yet. as he now comes up onto the shore. As we now move on to lineup 6 here in our Masters category. And of course, we have got Eng Chio Hong heading out onto the track along with Vladimir Masalenikov. And these two, the first group that we have actually seen already back at the Fujairah GP. Of course, Eng Chio Hong from Macau, scoring 12 points in the heats last time out, which have applied 12 points to his overall standing, with Vladimir Masalenikov for hard racing down in 18th place. These two, of course, were batched together. Vladimir Masalenikov outscoring Eng Chio Hong by 2 points in our last round in Fujairah. And now as they head through on their next lap, the first lap of asking here at Cheshme. They'll be looking to finish this one in style. Coming through the gates now and past the boys, just finding the optimal line. Of course, we have not only Eng Chio Hong from Macau on the grid, we have, of course, seen some of the young contenders take it to the grid as well, not just Eng Chio Hong from Macau, but we've seen others elsewhere in junior boy as well. And we'll also see, well, we also saw a Macau competitor, Sao Chi Leong, back at Fujairah GP, taking part in the stock category, coming 22nd in qualifiers and finishing with 16 points in the heats. As now we watch as they make their way through the course of the laps, keeping it as dialed in as possible. Eng Chio Hong, like I said, from Macau. It's Vladimir Masalenikov as well, making his way through. Of course, wearing the number 849. I think be looking for a big run here, that's for sure, as we now watch them come through this slalom. Both riders taking the course rather sensibly at the moment, nothing too out of the ordinary. Just grazing that water as well with the palm of his hand, and happiness by the looks of it. No qualms with that lap. So we now watch as what looks to be Vladimir Masalenikov making his way through, but looks like he's dropped into the water, it seems. Just a difficult run coming through the slalom. Yeah, Masalenikov, magic Masalenikov. That was certainly an unmagical moment coming into the downward slalom. And well, in fact, he was actually at the top of the course and unfortunately just unsat himself, and that was anything but magic from Masalenikov. You'll be disappointed with that, but for Team Hard Racing, we'll now look to bring the jet surfboard back to the start-finish line. Already we've seen Eng Chio Hong come into Parc Ferbe as he now weaves throughout the boys in a bid to at least nail this lap onto the board. But yes, a tricky run from Vladimir Masalenikov. But still an opportunity to recover when we head into the heats later on. It's certainly not out of the question. We've seen riders come from obscure places to register big points. As you know, we can look at certain names in particular, such as Petr Feltashek, who qualified 10th back at Fujairah to then later scoop up 36 points and be 6th overall in the Masters Championship. So it's certainly not out of the question as we now head through to our 7th pairing altogether. And we introduce 007 Licensed to Thrill, Sedat Iris Osman, joined by Pavel Matoska, or Matoska, I should say. get my pronunciations right one day. I do apologise, folks at home. But Pavel Matoska heading out with Sedat Iris Osman, who'll be joining him out on track. There he is now, Sedat Iris Osman, 007 emblazoned on the back of his jersey. 16 points accrued after qualifying 17th back at Fujairah, but currently 15th in the standings, so moving up 2 places on where he qualified. Proving again that it's not always what you do in qualifying. It's as the great Bobby George always said in the world of darts. Doubles, scoring for show, doubles for dough. And here in MotoSurf, it's all about qualifying for show. It will be, of course, points for dough later on when they go racing in the heats, as now we watch as Sedat Iris Osman from Turkey now whip his way around this circuit. Weaving through the boys and now heading through this slalom. This is, of course, Pavel Matoska, who he's currently joined with right now. Of course, Matoska for Penta Trading. 15 points accrued in the heat, as it looks like he might have come off as well. Difficult visit for Matoska. Is now Sedat Iris Osman. Now sets after him, and he's not far away from him either. About to begin the run through the slalom before tackling the final 2 boys on the course, but he's looking well and truly dialed in right now. This looks like it could be a much better lap than what we saw back at Fujairah. This could lead to a very happy 007, licensed to thrill indeed, as now Iris Osman sets out on his second run. And across the start-finish line, we now see Pavel Matoska begin his second run as well, but it looks like Sedat Iris Osman is going to be getting this next lap in. And this is where he's going to lay it all out on the line. You just see there the trail of wash that he's leaving behind. And, of course, Pavel Matoska is going to have to deal with, which can, of course, affect that balance that you have to be so wary about on your fast runs. As he now weaves through the boys and now through the rights and lefts once again. Hitting those yellows and the reds before he then ventures into the slalom once more. But this looks like this could be a nice, confident lap once again from Sedat Iris Osman. As now we await, of course, the man he was partnered with for this flying lap, Pavel Matoska, to cross the line and bring an end to his final run in qualifying. And that will, of course, conclude business for our 7th pairing. We move on to pairing 8 with Andrei Atanasov and Murat Yorganshila. The latter from Turkey. So this being his home event, and would love to do this one in style, I'm sure. But he'll be emblazoning the 35 jersey. He's going to be met with 009 Andrei Atanasov heading out on to the circuit now as we watch them make their way out. There's Andrei Atanasov now. It looks like Murat Yorganshila is going to head around first. Just waiting to position his board in the right position, awaiting the marshals go ahead. And the adjudicators go ahead as well. But just getting himself ingratiated to the waters here at Cheshme. So now the Turkish pilot awaits the whistle. Turkish international pilot as well is Murat Yorganshila. Very proud international rider on the jet surf boards, representing my racing team. And 13th place in the heats with 20 points accrued has positioned him 14th in the championship standings. But Andrei Atanasov coming into this from Bulgaria, representing Sofia Extreme. He took 15th and 16 points last time out in our last event back at Fujairah GP as well. So Murat Yurganchila, in terms of the points, as far as they're concerned, he is 4 points the better coming into round 2. I would love nothing more than to improve again, as now we have an off, and that is the Bulgarian. Unfortunately, Andrei Atanasov into the water. The man from Sofia Extreme has come to a very extreme end here on this opening lap. Murat Yurganchila now is on his own, and will have a nice clear run heading through the slalom section now to muscle in his first lap. And clip it every board as well. That is a man with severe confidence, that's for sure. And now coming into the final two boys of asking, the double lefts that he will be taking, and now up towards the line to complete that first run. And now another two to come as he looks to get as low as he can into the water, balance the jet surfboard through the first few boys. Whipping into the second yellow boy. Just making the moves where necessary. So now we watch him looking to post yet another fantastic second run. Not sure where Andrei Atanasov is at the moment. Looks like he's coming across the line to begin his next run. There he is now. Hoping that he can bounce back after the earlier mishap and put it behind him. And at least try and post a better lap for the second run for 009. Let's see if he can. As I said before, representing Sofia Extreme. Murat Yurganchila now making his way down towards the final boy and about to cross the line to register his second run, and that's a second of two decent runs from Murat Yurganchila from Turkey. The international doing a fantastic job. And he'll have his fellow Turkish teammate coming up later on as well, Efe Gürsoy. As now off again goes Andrei Atanasov, and that's 2 runs in a row that he has come off in. So Murat Yurganchila winning the battle between those two, but it'll come to an abrupt end for Andrei Atanasov, who's going to have to bring that board in. A very difficult run here with 2 capsizes in the 2 laps that he tried to post. So a difficult run from the Sofia Extreme representative, and now we'll have to reassess ahead of the heats. They're going to be coming up later on, but this will put him firmly on the back foot going forward. But we will be getting ready for our next runners heading out onto the water with indeed the next Turkish competitor, the next Turkish international, Efe Gürsoy, going out with Radek Lschider. He'll be representing the Czech Republic. Of course, Radek Lschider, part of Jet Surf Pardubice, or Pardubice, I should say. But many Czech competitors, of course, taking part here in the MotoSurf World Championship, with many representatives such as Ivan Matusek and Yuri Blahar, as well as Petr Foltashek and Yuri Stovacek, and Petr Poznik and David Poznik as well. Got a chance to talk to him earlier on. He seemed relatively confident heading into the day, but a few riders not largely getting ahead of themselves, given the fact that we have a whole qualifying session ahead of us, and not to mention sequential opening races in the heats, as now we watch as the 55 of Efe Gürsoy from the group racing. Very similar colours, you would have noticed, as Murat Yurganchila. Of course, both are Turkish internationals, as we said before, so expecting big things from Efe Gürsoy. Big question is, can Radek Lschider hold a candle to him on this next run? There is Radek now. just crossing that start-finish line and getting his lap underway through the first few boys and into the slalom very soon in the first sector before he then ventures down the long back straight. And now through the lefts and rights once more, just looking to find the optimal route. Now whipping around this next right again. You can see the long lap boys on the right-hand side. There is Lschider. Hand out and just racing and hitting the boys as he goes by. Just gives him that affirmation that he's taking the right route at the correct angle. Just totally dialed into what he's doing. Lefts and rights all the way, the spray being elevated as he ventures through the snaking, winding sections now through the gates. And looking to bring an end to this first lap of asking, and this looks very, very smooth indeed. Coming around the final quarter across the line. One lap down, another to go. Through the left and right again, hitting the curbs. Nice and balanced here from Radek Lschider as he now feathers his way through the first sector. You can just see that the marshals watching on as well intently as Efe Gürsoy now heads around the final corner as well, representing the Turkish international team and also at the same time the group racing. Just getting so low to the water there as well, just applying that balance, that body weight balance as he pivots himself to sort of go with the flow of the course layout. Doesn't want to get too highly strung though, doesn't want to make too many mistakes. It's all about careful balance. As now we watch as Radek Lschider makes his way across the line. And that'll be his day done in qualifying. Next up will be Efe Gürsoy coming through the final sector now. Winding through the slalom. We'll have to see if there's a lot between them. That looked like a very aggressive line taken there from Efe Gürsoy. Perhaps a little bit too aggressive. You've got to be so careful that you don't lose the board underneath you as now he flies into the final bend. Efe Gürsoy up towards the line. And that's his second lap completed. And he's happy with that. Points to the sky. 2 clean runs from Efe Gürsoy. And another one for the Turkish representatives to be happy with. Well done, Efe Gürsoy. Delighted to get round that last lap and will now bring the board home in style into Parc Fermé. And that will conclude our 9th pairing here in the Masters. Next up we have the 10th partnership of Stanislav Ganichkin and Roman Lichal Krativchil. Of course, quite a few of the groups are, of course, relatives from other groups. We did, of course, have the junior boys head out earlier on. Many of them looking to follow former, well, family members through perhaps the elite contingents, or maybe even through stock into elites and maybe in the future masters. But let's wait and see as to what will turn up now as we head into our next pairing. Of course, Stanislav Ganichkin comes into this after achieving 8th in qualifying last time out at Fujairah GP. Came away with 24 points in the heats last time out as well. So we now watch the board make its way around. Obviously, Roman Lichal Krativchil, an Austrian international, 11th in the Masters World Cup in 2024. And 18th in the Stock World Cup as well 2 years ago. Stanislav Ganichkin, of course, the number 63, representing hard racing. God, a little bit of balance lost there coming into the top end of the circuit. As now he'll head straight down through towards the slalom. Of course, the left-hander coming up now shortly. Tail whips out here. Stanislav Ganichkin, who we're currently watching on our screens, hammering his way through the first circuit layout. We're now going to watch, coming through the final corner, Roman Lichel Kratochvil head across the line. The Austrian is an Austrian international for good reason, as he is represented at World Cup level. No question, Stanislav Ganichkin's going to give his all for hard racing. These two not separated by much in the championship at all, 2 points between them. Coming in off the back of the Fujairah GP. It's now, let's say, round the final corner. This is, of course, Stanislav Ganichkin to bring an end to his lap. And next up, Roman Lichel Kratochvil. Coming into the final bend now this time to bring an end to his next lap. And raises his hand. I think he enjoyed that one. Good lap there to bring an end to the next group. So that's the 10th pairing completed here in the Masters phase. Next up, Yuri Blahar and Jano Vankersbilk. Of course, Jano Vankersbilk is actually an Electric Challenge runner-up in last year's championship, and it's going to be coupled with now Yuri Blahar, who represents hard racing as well. There is Yuri, representing the Czech Republic, and on his red and yellow board, wearing number 69 on the back of his jersey as he now looks to set off. Surfs up here once again, here at Cheshme. And getting a full face of the red boy there coming through as well, which obviously isn't ideal at all. It's now the Czech driver, the Czech rider, makes his way in towards the slalom. Will look to get himself in position, ready for the first fast runs of asking. Jano Vankersbilk will also be joining him as well. Of course, he's a Belgian who took part in the Electric Challenge, as I mentioned earlier on, right at the start before they headed out. There is the Belgian now, just coming through the slalom. Also, like we keep saying, balance is so key in these situations. But Jano Vankersbilk coming into this 7th in the championship. Of course, mustering 7th position out of the heats with 32 points. Also finished 3rd in the qualifying, so expect him to be so quick. Arguably, probably should have had a better heat result come the end of the Fujairah GP weekend, but as he now looks to bring his board up to pace. Jano Vankersbilk now looking to grasp that top spot as he now races in between the boys. And through the top with the spray thoroughfaring its way off the back of his jet board. Of course, as we said at the start of the show, the boards for the Masters, they're all open to adjustment and changes and reconfigurations, as opposed to what we see in the stock categories of the Elite. Well, the Elite also allows open manufacturers. Of course, in the stock, it's all spec, as now we watch as the 69 of Yuri Blahar now makes his way through the first sector again this time. Moving to the top of the hill. Oh my goodness, just got a little bit low there and into the water. That's disappointing. A slight moment there for the Belgian, Jano Vankersbilk. Of course, the man who qualified 3rd last time, the Belgian in the water. So this will offer a bout of confidence for Yuri Blahar, who I'm sure is just more focused on his lap at the moment. Coming through the final sector this time, just whipping the tail out, coming through the slalom, now through the gates again. 2 more corners to take to then muscle in this final lap of asking. Of course, last time out qualified 9th place at the Fujairah GP. And will now come across the line and back into Park Ferme as we now watch as Jano van der Bilsch looks to finish up his last lap here. Of course, hindered by that misbalance that caused him to drop off his board. He'll now look to bring it back in reasonable fashion just to ensure that he's ready for the heats later on. He's going to need to muscle in some big points this time, as opposed to probably qualifying better and racing largely, not necessarily to the maximum he could have wished for. He's going to need a big race later on, I think, heading into the weekend. But he brings the board home. A difficult outing for Jano van der Bilsch. Certainly doesn't hold a candle, I don't think, to his Fujairah GP round, but he'll be back, trust me. As we now bring it in to them, we now move on to our next pairing. And Peter Valtashek and Yuri Stovacek will be taking to the layout. Peter Valtashek representing Jet Surf Partibus, with Yuri Stovacek, who is of course joining him from Jet Surf. Both of these two, of course, fellow teammates at Jet Surf. Both hailing, of course, from the Czech Republic as well, here in this 12th group that we are witnessing here in the Masters class. Of course, now we're getting closer to the top end. If we want to talk about performances, Peter Valtashek, despite getting 10th last time at Fujairah, managing to come across the line 6 out of the heats, and 36 points to his name, only 3 away from Yuri Stovacek, who qualified 7th place but gained 2 places. But a 4-place gain from Peter Valtashek from 10th up to 6 just goes to show he's not a pilot to be messed with, and a rider, I'm sure, that's going to give his absolute utmost to reply purposefully here at Cheshme. So now they head through the boys. First laps now in full swing here for both riders. Coming into the final 2 corners now. Final bend coming up. Next lap underway, as you can see from our picturesque drone shots, just following the riders through on their laps. These are some very fast runs here by both pilots. Very smooth, close control here to each and every single ball. Well, every single boy out on the circuit, whether it be a yellow or a red, both being taken very well as Peter Valtashek makes his way through the latter sector. Stovacek, of course, will be looking to do the same as well across the line. And that's looks to be the second run concluded. So now Yuri Stovacek looks for a big finish around the final corner now. Decent return here by both riders, Yuri Stovacek and Peter Valtashek, looking pretty smooth out there for Jet Surf. I think as a team they'll be absolutely delighted with that showing. Of course, they've still got the likes of David Poznik and Petr Poznik as well later on. Jet Surf well represented here in the top end of the Masters class. So as we leave the 12th pairing, we move on to the 13th pairing, and it's the Poznik pairing. Petr and David heading out onto the course. David Poznik on the 11 board, and Petr on the 17, both hailing from the Czech Republic. And 7 points between them coming off the back of Fujairah. They currently sit 3rd and 4th in the overall results from Fujairah GP. So the early preparation now in place as the riders separate themselves ahead of the qualifying laps. They don't want to get tied up too closely. And they're beginning their next runs now here. This next pairing, the Pojnik pairing. This is the 17 of Petr Pojnik. Coming through the first sector there for Jet Surf Pardubis. Representing the Czech Republic as well down the back straight. Through towards the next slalom. Of course, then they'll open up the gates, leading through towards the start-finish line. See how the results fare as well later on in the session. Just a little bit of misbalance there as well. That's certainly not going to help this particular run. Less than ideal. As they come around the corner to commence their next lap. First lap down, second to go. Coming through the first sector now. Both Petr and David looking pretty strong out there, and this is a good performance from a pairing that achieved 4th and 5th in qualifying back at Fujairah last time. Obviously looking to harness a bigger prize potentially this time around at Cheshme here in Turkey. Rounding that final corner now. That's the 11 of David Pojnik now crossing the line. As they hustle on these next laps now to bring it home. Of course, this is now the 17 of Petr Pojnik. Sweeping his way through the boys as they come, and now through the final corners. In will come the 17 of Petr Pojnik to bring his day in qualifying to an end. Next up, we do, of course, have David Pojnik. Coming into the final corner now, and a little fist bump. Seems quite happy with this run, I have to say. So some confidence in both Pojniks. Both looking really happy after their sequential runs. Brilliant efforts on their part, and now we move to the top end of the championship with Kim Down and Arkadiusz Janora, the Polish international, up against a Masters class world champion and a stock class runner-up from 2024 last year, of course. Also stock class world champion back in 2022, now since moving across to Masters. So now we're going to be seeing the top two here in Masters throwdown here in qualifying, with 54 points going to Kim Down last time out at Fujairah, the Korean, showing exactly why Rocket Racing are a rocket here in the MotoSurf World Championship. As now they come through the latter sector, just weaving through the final boys before beginning the next fast run. First laps will now be in full swing. There's now Arkadiusz Janora will look to set out on his flying run now. Whipping through the first sector. Looking to nestle himself around every single boy out there on the circuit. Very cool, calm, collected visit so far. Was second in qualifying last time out in the UAE at Fujairah. Would very much love to do the same again this time, of course, though. It's all down to Kim Down to stop that from happening. And show exactly why he's a Masters World Champion. Here comes Arkadiusz Janora now. Janora just keeping tight to each and every bollard so far. Coming around the final two corners now, around the final bend, he will indeed come, hitting that boy with all his might, and across the line goes the 151, Arkadiusz Janora. Next lap now upcoming. You'll lay it all on the line this time around, but for Rocket Racing, we're now going to watch Kim Down throw down here towards the end of this qualifying session for this Masters group. The Masters Class World Champion showing us exactly why he is that. The balance is key. And Kim Down showing that as the Korean now crosses the line. He'll now start his next flying lap. There is Arcadeus, of course already on his second run. And now flying through the slalom, lefts and rights to take, and then he'll venture through the gate before tackling the final few corners on this run. Final bend coming up. He's ready to punch it with his fist. Full commitment into that final curb, and a flick of the wrist and away from Arcadeus Jora. Wonderful visit. I think he'll be absolutely thrilled with that. Kim Down, though, still to finish his lap. And we'll need a rocket of a final sector to usher his name to the top of this Masters contingent. Last time out in qualifying at Fujairah. Can he do the same again? As he whips around the final corner and towards the line and whips through. Hand in the water. As he now brings himself back into Parc Fermé. But Kim Down and Arcadeus Jora, I can't call it between those two. We'll have to take a look at the results when they come through, folks. But a remarkable stint on part of him. We will, of course, give you the updates as they come through, folks at home. But Kim Down and Arcadeus Jora giving us an exhibition out there in Masters class. Of course, next up we do have the elite heading out, and I can confirm that Kim Down is your fastest pilot, ahead of Peter Poznik and David Poznik, who are second and third. Yuri Stopacek in fourth, Petr Falkošek in fifth. We then have Arcadeus Jora down in sixth, who looked rapid, but only enough for sixth fastest. Ted Burke in seventh place, Yuri Blahar down in eighth place, Radiak Locka in ninth place, with Sebastian Lux in 10th. We said he looked quick. Jano Vankersbilk down in 11th, Hefe Kasoy down in 12th, Roman Lichka Kravachil in 13th. Then comes Kamil Schneider down in 14th, Murat Vergenchiller down in 15th place, Stanislav Ganakim down in 16th place, Sadat Cruz Osman down in 17th, Stuart Olifant in 18th, Yum Jin down in 19th, and then Biang Okaya down in 18th. I will, of course, pull up my results on my screen as well, guys, to give you a breakdown of the others as well. But a remarkable session of qualifying, and fair play to all the pilots out there. Pleasure to watch. Of course, next up we do have the elite riders making their way out onto the circuit shortly. So stay tuned, folks. You do not want to miss it. As we now pan across to the water, awaiting the elite runners to head out. Then afterwards we complete with stock and stock car to end qualifying for today. Here is the starting position for qualification. We will, of course, be seeing Yuri Wolf head out first, along with Dominik Kadlec, and then Matej Kozisek in the second pairing, along with Matthias Novotny. And then it is, of course, the legend that is Lukas Zahorski taking on fellow budding legend Alex Lschider, who is, of course, a phenomenal talent. So some phenomenal pairings there. A full Czech lineup heading into our elite class, with some of the best you'll see in World MotoSurf, the best you will see in World MotoSurf competing here at the highest level, with the 6 times world champion Lukas Zahorski. Can he continue that trend? Obviously, Alex Lschider has his upper hand at the moment, currently leading the championship for the Apex Pilots team, where he is a rider and also a team manager for Apex Pilots, and a 2-time world champion and 3-time European champion. Lukas Zahorski, founder of Rocket Racing, the 2 founders, or should we say the 2 managers, come together, and both of them world champions as well, with Lukas Zahorski being a 6-time champion, of course, in most recent times winning the MotoSurf Open Championship back in 2022 and 2023. Obviously, the latest champion is Matthias Novotny, who we will, of course, be seeing as well in our second last pairing that we will be seeing later on. That is, of course, the second Rocket Racing driver that we're speaking about, second of these runners here in elite class. So Rocket in a very good position as a team with the riders they have underneath them. Of course, to qualify for the elite, for any driver that comes through the juniors, will need to obviously starting Stock R and Stock Class for one season to qualify for elite participation. So hopefully we'll get to see more and more junior riders come through and take part in the Stock Class for qualification to participate in the elite class. Of course, we do have another MotoSurf World Champion by the name of Matej Kozicek, who is representing Summerhill Motor. Yuri Wolf, who's going out first and foremost as well, is also part of Autocentrum Vyskov. So we'll see how this group get on as they look to get underway. Of course, last time out, Lukas Zahorski was the fastest of the runners back at the Federa GP. But we just witnessed a phenomenal end to qualifying in the Masters, where Kim Down is once again on top in the championship so far. And we got quite the crew here joining us as well here on the sandy beach. Plenty of action inside the Parc Fermé tents, as well as the riders look to get their jet surfs ready to go. Of course, here, like we said before, very much like the Masters group, they can customise their engines and their boats to their heart's content. Of course, still embracing the two-stroke petrol engines that are naturally aspirated as opposed to the turbocharged. Of course, we don't embrace turbocharged here in the MotoSurf Championship. It is all centralised around the two-stroke naturally aspirated engines, which there is plenty of oxygen, certainly when you've got the wind blowing like it is here at Cheshme here in Turkey. But as the waters now go quiet, as we await for the elite class to take to the waters, who is going to be the most optimal driver here, or the most optimal pilot here at Cheshme? Will it be Alex Lschider? Will it be Lukas Zahorski? Matis Novotny? Matej Kozicek? Even Dominik Kadlec, young Czech rider who is looking so dialed in at the moment, has got many great years ahead of him, I'm sure, accruing 22 points back at the Federa GP last time out, with Yuri Wolf also looking to bring his name to the cause. But to take down a phenomenal pairing like Alex Lschider and Lukas Zahorski, you're going to have your wits about you. And of course, you can't count out Matej Novotny as a reigning elite class champion here in the MotoSurf Championship. Don't want to miss a thing, folks. We will, of course, keep you updated as time goes on. Just a few reminders from our previous sessions. Of course, it was Anita Stukalova who went fastest for Medtech Racing in the women's qualifying. She finished ahead of Aliska Matuskova, who finished second for Rocket Racing MP Sports. And Sara Zubarova ran at the top three for Motorshop Zubor as well. All three of those managing to muscle in 50.3, 4s and 8s, so the only three inside the 50s over their laps. And then, of course, we had the junior girl category that went out onto the water as well. And it was Ellen Badova who set in place at 53.6 to go over a second, 1.1 seconds faster than Nela Pozdanikova of Jet Surf. So a miraculous qualifying session from Ella Badova, who was well and truly through, of course, as the rest of the junior girls are. Of course, we will keep you up to date as to the junior boys' results. They are currently delayed at the moment as the adjudicators go to work on that. As soon as we hear word, we will, of course, let you know as to how they're faring. And, of course, we will have the... Well, we've already seen the results for the elite, Kim Down being the P1 sitter in that one yet again. But I have to tell you, one of the riders to perhaps watch for in the future is, of course, Sebastian Lux, who achieved a P10 in his first start. Looked very quick when watching him make his way around the circuit. And I'm sure as he spends more time here this season in the MotoSurf Championship, he'll get more and more adept at it as the season goes on, with still 2 rounds to go for this campaign, when, of course, we do head to round 3 at Manfredonia in Italy and to Dar, Croatia as well. So plenty more for you to tune in for. And of course, we do have a full weekend of racing ahead of us as well, with 4 heats across every class. And not to mention the finals coming up on the Sunday. So be sure to stay tuned in, folks at home. But as we now head into the elites, it will be Apex Pilots v Rocket Racing. That's your top 3, with Lschider being only one of the Apex pilots taking to the water, with Rocket Racing, with not only some classy riders taking part in the higher echelons of the women's class, and also we've seen some rockets in the masters class, but they've got plenty here in elite, with Zahorsky and Novotny in your back pocket. It's certainly not going to steer you wrong, that's for sure. Inside that top three at the moment, with Lschider, Zahorsky and Novotny. Was Novotny 36 points coming in off the back of Fujairah GP. That's 10 points behind Zahorsky, who in turn is 8 points behind Alex Lschider at the moment. But remember, it was Lucas Zahorsky that qualified first fastest last time out at the Fujairah GP, and it was Alex Lschider who qualified second, with Matthias Novotny in third place. But I certainly would not write off Matej Kozicek, who qualified fourth fastest, with Dominik Kadlec as well down in sixth fastest. Yuri Wolf is going to have a little bit of work to do on 15-point territory. But plenty more to come, as now many of the public who are watching on from the sidelines also having a dip in the water themselves. It is a hot day today in Cheshme in Turkey, with it currently registering at the moment in terms of the weather conditions 31 degrees in the air right now, but in terms of highs we're reaching as high as 32 degrees in the air, so no question that some of the dips in the water we've seen so far are probably welcomed in some respects, not in all. Obviously, given the fact that they want to go and persevere and take on the world in terms of the championship. But we now await for those elite runners now to head out. Of course, we will give you the rundown as to who's heading out first and when, of course, for this qualifying session, everybody. In terms of the elite group, first out will be Yuri Wolf along with Dominik Kadlec. They'll be heading out for the first runs here in the session. We do have, of course, Matej Kozicek and Matthias Novotny, and Lucas Zahorsky and Alex Lschider to complete the elite group here in this session now. As we now see the marshals enter back out onto the water. There are the spectators who are just tuning and watching on as the riders will head out. Of course, the elite class are where our brightest and best talents make their way out onto the circuit. Just a reminder of where we are at the moment, of course. We're in the Aegean Sea, right on the cusp of Izmir at the moment, 85 kilometers away from Izmir right now. Of course, a busy centre here in the heart of Turkey, its region. And with us here now at Cheshme at one of the big events in the calendar year, with various Turkish talents coming in here for their home nation, representing their home nation. It's an extraordinary event such as this one, as we wait for the elite class to come into play. As you can see, the wind now starting to pick up to quite a rate. You can just see the flags there flittering in front of us. Of course, that will cause the riders perhaps some discomfort heading out onto the water. Good opportunity for some food as well in the meantime for various spectators. But the calm before the storm at the moment, before we see them head straight back out. Little reminder of how the elite class works in terms of racing action. Of course, while we do have the qualifying session, we do of course have the heats coming up later on with 8 laps of action, along with 2 long laps to be taken for the 4 heats, and then the 12 laps then for the final, with 2 long laps to be taken there as well. So if we're talking stints, I mean, this is going to be the longest stint you'll see in MotoSurf racing, with the 12-lapper being the final. It's going to be a mighty challenge for all involved to try and maintain that level of consistency right through the course of of the racing that we have already seen, well, certainly the laps that we have seen in qualifying, many riders making mistakes. You can't afford to make those mistakes in a race setting, that's for sure, as we have seen many of the riders, sort of collect and catch up with one another. If you do that during a race, it can really, take you out of that higher points contention. And that is certainly not a place you want to be. But we're only in the second round of a 4-round championship. That is, of course, going to take us next up to Italy before we then end up at Croatia. But it's already been a phenomenal start to this one. And we've already witnessed some of the very best in the Masters category, as well as the junior boys and girls. And couple that with the women's category as well. We will have, of course, the Stock and Stock R category heading out onto the circuit very shortly too. Of course, the riders in that one will be all using that same equipment, so having to master stroke their way around just by their pure ability alone. So we'll find out shortly as to how they get on when we do hit the water. Some final conversations and instructions. Obviously a lot of good humour in the paddock as well. I had a chance to speak to a few of the riders, including, as I said earlier on, Dominic Cadleck, who was just going through the final motions with his board in preparation for this event. A lot of pressure as well on a young man to compete against some of the very best in the world where it comes to MotoSurf. Really does take surfing to a whole new level, especially when you strap a two-stroke engine to it. Obviously, it does make it that much quicker, and especially we talk about balance. Balance is everything in many ways, in a sense that it's that balance that creates those tighter, more precise racing lines that open up delta in terms of lap time, and that's exactly what the riders need here. Just trying to keep it pinned. Be wary of the wash as well that come off from other pilots, and not to mention the wind that's rushing its way over the sea here at the IGN at the moment. It's simply an astonishing challenge for these riders to cope with. But as we continue to wait for the elite runners to hit the water, we'll watch on and keep you updated as to any results that come on through. Yuri Wolf, of course, number 973, coming into this qualifying session, met with Dominic Cadleck to kick us off. Of course, a young man representing Summerhill Motors, embracing the number 16 on his jersey. And they'll be heading out first out of the bunch with Matej Kozicek in the number 77. For the Czech Republic. Every single competitor here in elite class representing the Czech Republic here at Cheshme, and a testament to the ability of the Czech Republic in terms of the quality of their MotoSurf races. Of course, here in the MotoSurf Championship that began all the way back in 2012, and over the years since then, obtaining the representation and being recognised by the UIM, the Union International Motor Nautic, back in 2019, as well as the IOC since 2010, the International Olympic Committee 2 years prior to it establishing itself back in 2012. It has now reached 2025, and obviously many years of racing since those very early days, and now we have the ability to call across the line the likes of Lukas Zahorski and Alex Lschider, for example, who's got many years ahead of him, I'm sure. And Lukas Zahorski, who is, of course, that 6-time world champion and founder of Rocket Racing, he'll be absolutely thrilled with the performances that have been put on show his side, especially with what we've seen in other classes, including Kim Down managing to take pole position in our most recent Masters competition. Of course, he'll be undertaking 6 laps during the heats later on in the weekend. because we'll be bringing you heat action on Saturday, and then quickly followed by finals action on Sunday as well. So you're not short of action over the next 2 days, folks. There'll be plenty to watch and witness as we make our way through the weekend. But we'll keep you tuned as to what's happening in terms of what's heading out onto the water as time goes on. We're just watching around, and we've got some of our team here waiting in the wings, waiting to kick off. But we'll be back soon with the elite class. So you join us back here at Cheshme, here in Turkey. Everybody, we're about to get set ready for the elite class. And this is the one that many of you, I'm sure, at home have been waiting for as well. We've seen plenty of action elsewhere in the other classes, from the Masters, where we saw Kim Down representing Rocket Racing, rocketing to the top once more. But now it's the turn of that elite class we discussed. And first out, of course, will be Yuri Wolf and Dominik Kadlec from the Czech Republic. Rocket Racing, who had the delight of watching Kim Down be successful and take first place in the qualifying session ahead of the Masters class. They, of course, have witnessed many others taking to the top as well in other classes as well, including watching Aliska Matuskova appearing towards the highest end of the order in the women's class. And now, next up, we head into elite as well. But now, as we watch them take to the water, Yuri Wolf and Dominik Kadlec kicking us off in elite. And then after this, we will, of course, have the stock class to take you through. But Yuri Wolf from Autocentrum Visco and Dominik Kadlec from Summerhill Motor donning the number 16, with Yuri Wolf running the 973 number. They'll both be looking to get their runs off to the perfect start. Of course, we've seen a few riders get it wrong through the course of today. But embracing the boys, he makes his way through the slalom. Coming into the latter stages of this lap now, final two corners to come. And this is, of course, I believe, Yuri Wolf kicking us off here. The first rider in elite class to lay down the numbers. Now, we did hear that Dominik Kadlec did have, after speaking to him earlier on, I believe he did have some issues with his jetboard before the start of qualifying. It was actually during the course of practice. Now, I haven't seen him enter out onto the circuit layout. So it might be the case that we're not going to see Dominik Kadlec take to the layout here today. So Yuri Wolf currently flying solo as it stands. The board almost coming from underneath him as he makes his way around on this next lap in the 973 number. Now across the line, Yuri Wolf will bring an end to that second run, and that will conclude his run here in qualifying in elite class, as we now wait for the next two riders to take to the water. That will be, of course, Matej Kozicek and Matej Novotny, the reigning MotoSurf elite champion from last year. Matej Novotny from the Czech Republic, representing Rocket Racing. The first of two we're going to see in this session with Lukas Zahorsky, the founder of Rocket Racing, one of the last ones to venture out onto the circuit. But as we now watch Yuri Wolf now storm down the back straight, and he will bring his session to an end. But more importantly, he did not lose his feet in the water. Managed to make his way around the long lap in good style. We now very quickly move on to our next two runners here in elite class with Matej Kozicek and Matej Novotny. About to take to the water now to kick things off for them in elite class now, followed then by the final two runners here in elite class. So they now head out onto the water. And here is, I believe that's the number one, incidentally. Is that Lukas Zahorsky who's made his way out? I'm not quite sure. Looking out across the water right now. But as they now head through the water, right now the second pairing, obviously supposed to be Matej Kozicek and Matej Novotny, as the number 77 of Matej Kozicek indeed makes his way around on his first lap. The 2022 MotoSurf World Champion, flying through the S-bends and now coming in towards the very stiff left-hander, where he almost has to double back on himself, and then down the long back straight at the top of the course. Coming through this next left now, needs to keep it dialed in for the slalom here this time around. Through the gates, and now through the yellows and the reds, sweeping, taking the left-hand course as we're looking at it. Of course, the riders will divert and take one either side, just to avoid any clashes as he now comes around the final two corners. So the first lap now about to come to an end here for Matej Kozicek, coming out of the final bend across the line. Next lap now in full swing. And it's Kozicek so far massing what could be the fastest lap to boot so far. Obviously still early days. We haven't seen Lukas Zahorsky or Alex Lschider just yet. As we now watch as they storm around the final quarters. Kozicek and Matej Novotny. Of course, Novotny, a reigning champion in elite class. But just look at this from Matej Kozicek. Really keeping it dialed in and now whipping around that final corner. And that looks like a stellar lap and a punch of delight there from Matej Kozicek. Brilliant run. Brilliant run from Matej Kozicek, and he feels absolutely thrilled with that one. No question as to why. It looks so good, and that will apply the pressure on every single runner remaining in this session. Next up, we have Matej Novotny, the 2024 Elite World Champion, reigning champion now, rounding the final corner. Where's he going to go? Reaches to the line. And somewhat nonchalant so far. No reaction from Matej Novotny, a world champion from 2022 and the reigning Elite World Champion in MotoSurf from last year. But did Matej Kozicek have his number? Of course, fourth fastest back at Fujairah last time out. He looked absolutely delighted with that last run. Next up, you can see Alex Lschider on the left-hand side in the gold and white board. On the right-hand side is Lukas Zahorski getting set for their runs and the final runs in elite class. It could be the case that Matej Kozicek is the man to beat right now. It looked like a stellar lap from Matej Kozicek. As now we watch as the final two runners now make their way out for the final laps here in qualifying in elite class. And two of the best we've seen in MotoSurf as a whole, including living legend Lukas Zahorski. Emblazoned number 1 on his board. He is a 6 times world champion. We would call those numbers, out of everyone else, the GOAT of motosurfing, and founder of Rocket Racing as well. As now they storm out on their next laps now. And it is going to be Lukas Zahorski getting us underway. Emblazoned number 1, he lives and breathes it. Really took on a power stance coming down towards the first boy. Now making his way in towards the top of the course and now down the back straight, as now we see the number 10 belonging to Alex Lschider, who I had a chance to chat to earlier on. And all set, ready for the event. He said to me earlier on that he's just focused on himself, and that's what he's prioritising this weekend. He is not concerned by Lukas Zahorski. Legend or not, Alex Lschider, he's a competitor and will treat every other racer as a competitor as well. He's going to focus firmly on his own performance. Rider and team manager for Apex Pilots. Let's see whether Alex can lead them to victory in elite class. Can he lead them to pole first and foremost here in this second round of the MotoSurf World Championship? This very much the starting block on the run in towards the final that we will be bringing you on Sunday. Here comes Alex Lschider to bring an end to his first run, and now straight onto the second. Not giving or leaving anything to chance. Neither is Lukas Zahorski. Hitting every single apex, every single boy as it comes, and just look how dialed in he is. Brilliant display so far by Lukas Zahorski as he now comes across the line and raises his hand. That's not bad at all, but what can we expect to see from Alex Lschider in response? In the number 10, look at the takedown, the number 1. Rocket v Apex, who's going to come out on top in between these two? Here comes Alex Lschider through to the final corner. Looking to dial it in, hands reaching for the line. And no reaction from either pilot. None of them know quite just yet as to who's on top at the end of that one. But it could be close, and it could be Matej Kozicek who might have taken it. But we'll have to wait and see until we get official word on part of the results. And it looks like we are going to see, right, this might be Dominic Kadlec, who we did not get to see it right at the very start. Of course, due to making repairs onto his board earlier on today. Wasn't able to take to the water along with Yuri Wolf, so maybe this is him just getting a first run in just to see whether he can. Has been nursing some problems with his board so far today, so just looking to get himself prepared, ready for a first run. So Dominic Kadlec from Summerhole Motors looking to bring it into elite class in a very positive sense, and embracing the board here, the number 16 from the Czech Republic. Now coming around the final corner to commit to a fast run to set the pace for the heat coming up on Saturday. Can Dominic Kadlec find anything? Just look at how low he gets as well, coming into the swooping right-handers. Just look at this, so low to the water's edge. Only a young man, of course, joining the elite class and looking to take on the very best here. If you ever want a David v. Goliath story, this is one of those right now. And the young Czech man representing Summerhill Motors, and he's come off his board. My goodness. A big moment there for Dominic Kadlec, and that's certainly not going to help his confidence heading into the remainder of the session. So will get another chance at a run, but this very much sets him on the back foot. He knows this lap is done, and surely must look ahead to one more go. Of course, he was meant to line up alongside Yuri Wolf, but he now gets the whole track layout to himself, which will, of course, serve him well, I think, now on this next lap. This will be the last chance saloon, surely, for Dominik Kadlec. Swooping through the next right-hander, he is looking so silky smooth where he needs to be. Really battling with the ratio of risk and reward. Leaving everything to chance coming through the boys now. He's got the final portion of the course to come, and this is the dreaded slalom. This was where it almost went oh so wrong for Dominik Kadlec over his last lap. Well, it did go wrong, didn't it? But now he's bouncing back and sweeping through this course like nobody's business. But what kind of time will this leave him? Coming into the results now as he rounds the final corner across the line. And that's one clean lap that he gets under his belt, so that he will be able to register something onto the timing tower here in elite class. So that is Dominik Kadlec out of the water. And it is Matej Kozicek, we believe to be the winner. And yes, he's getting a big hug in Parc Ferme. I'm not surprised at all after a lap like that. It was truly astonishing. And I think he knew it as well. Matej Kozicek with a 47.0083. That is the fastest we've seen all day. Second place for 6 times world champion Lukas Zahorski, and Alex Lschider, the 2 times world champion and 3 times European champion, in third. Matej Novotny in 4th place. Dominik Kadlec managing to go 5th ahead of Yuri Wolf, who is down in 6th. So there we have it. Matej Kozicek, fastest in elite class. And didn't he just do it in style? That was truly remarkable from the man who came in at the last round, qualified 6th fastest at the Fujairah GP. And after achieving 22 points in that race, he now stands in a vastly different position ahead of our new meeting here at Cheshme. And now next up, we do, of course, have the last class of asking. This, of course, will be the stock class. Fantastic result for the FG Forest Racing team. Their 2022 MotoSurf World Champion, giving the goods for them in the name of Matej Kozicek. Big hugs in the paddock as well. But now we have the combination of the stocks and the stock cars that will be taken to the grid. We'll take it to the waters now shortly. But magnificent stuff indeed by all those involved. Of course, we have some phenomenal lineups to take us through. These are the lineups for the stock. We have got quite a few contenders looking to take top spot here this time. And we can run you through some of those runners as well in terms of the quali lineups in the stock class. Plenty of them looking to take the world by storm. We have, of course, got Ali Nagis going out with Mai Seo Liam, both of them representing stock car. We have Kim Minasung as well as Vladimir Andel, Thomas Stepanek along with Jan Motaska. And next up, Ishmael Kaptanoglu and Miroslav Kops. Jan Travinicek, I do apologise, with Ender Jorgenschila from Stock R. Han Tai-hee and Adam Janosek met with Lorenzo Tander, who represents Stock R, with Adam Ficek joining him. Mike Michelandes for Stock R, as well as Damien Kadlec. Then Adam Kohler representing Stock R with Hassan Boabas. We watch Kim Down once again take to the water alongside Fares Ramadan, also representing Stock R, with David Kirchka representing Stock R, as well as Anthony Squire, who now joins us on the water as well. So those are our groups that will be heading out. Our lineups are pairs that will be taking the track for the next session of qualifying. And when we talk about some of these, we have got stock racers from various backgrounds. Of course, this category restricted to the board specs of JetSurf Titanium DFI, and that is the versions from 2021 through to 2025, so very much a spec series in a sense. But we've got some phenomenal competitors, including Fares Ramadan from Kuwait, who is a jet ski and jet surf world champion, a World Series Cup champion back in 2023 as well, and along with that, a 3 times jet ski world champion. But jet ski's vastly different machinery in comparison to the jet surfer, where balance is largely more prevalent in a jet surf sense as opposed to the jet ski. But essentially, there is a lot of balance involved. Mike Michaelidis also marking his MotoSurf debut at the age of 17, and comes in as a rising star from Cyprus. And he was one of the first riders to represent Cyprus in MotoSurf as well, which is phenomenal. We've got quite a few young riders coming in to the stock R class, including Lorenzo Tanda, who is 17 years of age, and Ender Jorgen Schiele, who is only 16 years old and started MotoSurf at just 9 years old as well, but proud to represent his home nation of Turkey and wants to be a world champion one day as well. And I'm sure with a start such as this, you can't get a much better foundation or level of growth than here in the stock R class and in stock as well. Of course, this class in particular, very much setting the riders on their way to taking part inside the elite division. And just to talk about some of the prior winners of stock, of course, Kim Down being one of them, and Kim Min Sung winning the last 2 years in 2023 and 2024. But if we want to talk about stock R, slightly different set of affairs. Now, we just witnessed Alex Lschider taking to the water for the elite class. Well, of course, back in 2022, he was a stock R Merlin Plus champion back in 2022. Following him was Oliver Navarra, who has also taken part at quite a high level as well. He won the championship in 2023 in stock R Merlin Plus, with Dennis Duselek winning it last year. But, of course, the two classes will merge together to qualify, with them taking their own classifications at the end of each race weekend, with David Kirchka, who is the current stock R class reigning championship leader, coming off the back of the last round at Fujairah by taking 5th place in qualifying and coming second in the heats as well, managing to amass 54 points at the top of the order. But no one in terms of stock class in itself can hold a candle to Anthony Squire, who, despite qualifying 4th last time out at Fujairah, managed to win the heats, coming away with 54 points, and is currently showing at the top of the shop ahead of Kim Down, who's already had time out on the water with Rocket Racing in the Masters class, representing Korea. Hassan Bouabbas, representing Kuwait Sea Sport Club, 3rd, coming out of Fujairah as well on 46 points, 4 points away from Kim Down as it stands, with Damien Kadlec, who is behind Zhang Maozhu, who's not here with us this weekend, who's 4th coming off the back of Fujairah. Of course, Zhang Maozhu actually qualified 9th and then went on to achieve a phenomenal 6th place finish in stock in the heats, and then amassed 43 points, leaving him 3 behind Hassan Bouabbas. But, of course, it's going to fall down the order now with Damien Kadlec just hot on his heels at the moment. But you see there many of the riders getting ready to head out. Of course, we've got 11 pairs to take us through the course of the stock category. And many of them taking pictures ahead of this very tight qualifying session, I must say. We've witnessed so many close calls, but a dramatic finale to the elite class, and I'm sure if we get anything of the sort here in the stock class, we're going to be in for a real treat. But just want to say again, congratulations, Matej Kozicek. What a lap And what a qualifying session for him to land that truly superb pole position heading into the heats later on in the weekend. A remarkable performance to take us through the course of the day here on Friday. Of course, we've got 2 more days to bring you. Just to confirm, the results of Elite are now coming in as well. I can, of course, put you in the picture as to how they read as well for you folks. Just to give you the breakdown, of course, it was Matej Kozicek, the pole sitter, who managed to take it by just over a 1/10 of a second. And he also finished ahead of Alex Lschider, who finished 3rd, just behind Lucas Zahorski. So it was FG Forest Racing first in the elite class at the end of qualifying, ahead of Rocket Racing and Apex Pilots, with Mateusz Nowotny for Rocket in 4th, Dominic Kadlec in 5th, along with Yuri Wolf down in 6th as well. But now as the riders take to the water once again, it's now time for stock to get underway. Of course, to bring an end then to qualifying as a whole and tee us up for the heats heading into Saturday and the final on Sunday to boot. So we now get set ready for stock class. First up is, of course, Ali Nagis as well as Mausio Liam, both of whom represent stock R class. And they're looking for a big start to their weekend as well. Just coming through the first of the boys to kick us off. Just weaving through the lefts and rights. There is Mausio Liam. Oh, and it looks like he might be off as well. Goodness me. We've had a late off there. Not quite sure what happened, but the boards meeting each other. We've had an off already in our first pairing to kick us off here in stock class. But coming what looked to be a moment where the rider just lost his footing. It looks like everything's okay though, as we now watch as Mausio Liam makes his way around the circuit. Looks like that must have been Ali Nagis who found himself down off the back of that one. Of course, this is his home event as well. So Mausio Liam now looking to bring his lap home in a positive manner. Of course, part of stock car. So now they get back underway. And now flying around the final corner. Mausio Liam now heading through the first sector. Coming through the first few corners. Crossing over a few of the boys so far. Of course, Mausio Liam actually not taking part last time. At the Fajira GP. So this is the first we'll see of him in this contest. Nagisali. We also haven't seen him just yet either. See a new face to the championship this season. As they now head through the boys now before then reaching the final corner and then cross the start-finish line. Just ideally probably need to get a little bit tighter to the boys out on track. Just to dial that line in just a little bit more, but so far so good. Tino crosses the line and will now begin his second run. Still more time to be found in it, and just getting that first lap in just to find your bearings is obviously mightily important. Oh, and off again. Goodness me, we've had another off. And it looks like it might be Liam. Again, I think just having a moment. We've lost another as well. Now that looks like Ali Nagis has taken a tumble. So that's unfortunate for Ali Nagis. And that was his second run as well. So I don't think he's going to be able to set another one. He's right up against the coastline. So he'll be coming to a grinding halt after that. In fact, both riders bringing their laps to an end. They both came down on that final lap, so therefore will not complete. We're now going to be heading out with Kim Min-seong heading out onto the track this time, who is a reigning stock class champion twice over, back in 2023 and 2024. And this is the first time we're going to see him this season, not taking part in the Fujairah GP. So prepare to be amazed, but expect big things from Kim Min-seong. Of course, a talent that's already been there and done it twice, got the T-shirt. Could he win it for a fabled 3 times of asking? Be quite some achievement for him to do so. As he'll take to the waters alongside Vladimir Andl. Coming through the first sector, trying to commit to every curb he can. As they now come through the first sector. That is, of course, Vladimir Andl, we're currently seeing on screen in the blue. And I must say, Kim Min-seong, very impressive so far. Just watching him glide through the water and hitting everything at close quarter as well, across the line. Really strong start here in the stock class, and whilst he missed Fujairah GP, it doesn't look like he's missed a step from last season or the season before. Kim Min-seong, like I said, a 2-time running champion and reigning champion to boot. Of course, coming up against now Vladimir Andl, who is also in his first appearance this season in the stock class in 2025 across the line. He'll complete his next lap and now on to the next. As now Kim Min-seong looks to bring his next one to an end as well. Now coming through to the final corners. Here we go again, across the line. And looks like he's delighted with that. Kim Min-seong not missing a step at all. That'll be close to the front. I have no doubt about that in my mind whatsoever. Vladimir Andl will be next too. He's got to make his way through the back straight and then onwards towards the slalom. Before then we bring out our third pairing out onto the water. Just taking it steady. Vladimir Andl doesn't want to overdo it too much. Just work within your means, try and maintain the balance. Obviously other riders are going to make mistakes. It's natural, part of the sport. We see many come to a tumble already, including in our last pairing of Ali Nagis and Liam, with both riders taking a tumble out into the water. Is now across the line comes Vladimir Andl. And the rider donning 310. Now comes straight back into Park Ferme as now we welcome Thomas Stepanek and Jan Matoska. Jan Matoska and Thomas Stepanek now heading out onto the water. And we have witnessed Jan Matoska already before, having managed to qualify 18th last time and muster 20 points in the heats as well. Of course, both representing in stock class. Miroslav Kops also here with Jet Surf. 25 points registered against his name so far. 1 point behind Jan Travnicek. Looks like we've already had an off though very early on, as the riders continue their way around the circuit. Looks like someone's already bailed into the water. But swiftly back on both feet. Very nearly losing it again, though. The balance is really being compromised here in this opening stint, and that's exactly what the slalom can do. Just need to find your position on the board, try and evenly distribute the weight. Not to lose too much. You can see the JetSurf titanium board as well. So doing its bit to aid our riders as they come through the circuit course, and we've lost another one. Both riders have taken a spill, so a bad venture so far for both Thomas Stepanek and Jan Matoska. Both coming off in their own way. As now they come through the first sector again. Making sure they hit every buoy out there on the circuit. Absolutely necessary, otherwise it can lead to the lap being listed as illegal. It will obviously not count towards the end results. As we now watch them make their way through the slalom section this time around. Oh dear, and another tumble once again. And that's certainly not going to help, and that's another lap that has fallen by the wayside. So both riders have had really some hair-scaring moments so far. So we now watch them negotiate their way around this circuit. Of course, heading down now through towards the back segments before then hitting the slalom and heading into the final corners. The laps will conclude here. And a poor run as well, and he knows it. And another off as well. Both pilots really having problems out there twice in succession on both laps. We've seen both Thomas Stepanek and Jan Matoska find their way into the water. And that'll bring a very unfortunate end to their qualifying sessions. So a poor visit from both of them. And they'll come back now to Park Ferme. Next up will be Ismail Kaptanoglu and Miroslav Kops. It'll be our fourth pairing heading out onto the water for stock class. Both in the overall stock class as well. Ismail Kaptanoglu, of course, coming here with 20 points against his name, having taken part at the Fajira GP last time out at the United Arab Emirates. And also joined by Miroslav Kops as well, who represents JetSurf HK for the Czech Republic. Qualified 11th last time at the Fajira GP, and 18th place in the heats, coming away with 25 points. So now we watch them make their way through the course once again. In fact, there is Miroslav Kops making his way around the track. There's Ismail Kaptanoglu as well, making his way around the circuit. Hand up here by Miroslav Kops. He now looks to get low. It's really low coming into the first few corners as well. Also adorning the number 47, representing the JetSurf team. Now coming into the first segment now, as Ismail Kaptanoglu adorning the number 53, representing Turkey. This, of course, being his home event. Managing to accrue, as I said, 20 points last time at the Fajira GP. It'd be great for him to turn things up a notch here on home water. Whipping through the next left and right before then taking the red curve, before then taking a back straight, as now we watch as the JetSurf board belonging to Miroslav Kops looking to bring it into his lap. Start his next one. Ismail Kaptanoglu now making his way through towards the start-finish line very shortly as well, coming through the boys, hitting them as he goes. And here comes the Turk now around the final corner. And brings an end to his second lap. 2 decent laps that were usurped by spills into the water. Next up we will of course have Miroslav Kops as part of Jet Surf. And some cool runs being taken by him as well as he ventures around the final bend this time. Hitting the boy with full commitment and out towards the line as well. I would imagine he's quite satisfied with that run. Certainly doesn't put him on the back foot anyway. But next up we have our 5th pairing, and Jan Travinček will now head out. Jan Travinček with Ender Jorgenschieler, who represents Stock R class and is of course the young man from Turkey again at a home event. 16 years old, everybody. The young Turkish talent, 16 years old in board 17. Being joined by the man in number 211, Jan Travinček, who is now out on circuit representing the Jet Surf team. Of course, has just witnessed his teammate Miroslav Kops make his way around the track as they all line up, get ready to go here in this stock encounter. There is, of course, in the bottom right, Ender Jorgenschieler on board 17. There's now the Jet Surf board. Makes its way across the line to start his first official lap. So it's Jan Travinček who is now going to get us underway in this one. Took quite a lot of the boy there coming through that initial run. Oh, very nearly lost his balance, but very good recovery from him there. Here comes the young Turk. Was only 9 years of age when he first got into MotoSurf racing, was Ender Jorgenschieler. And now 16 years old and very proud to represent his home nation of Turkey. And here it's never more important than to win on your home water. That's exactly what Ender Jorgenschieler is feeling right now. And to be a future world champion is this young man's ambition. But he's got to try and take down Jan Travinček here in qualifying. Ideally to be faster than him and aim to be higher up the leaderboards come the end of the session. As now across the line comes Jan Travinček to bring an end to his first run. Now here we now see the young 16-year-old Ender Jorgenschieler. And I have to say this is looking very smooth indeed, just so balanced out there on the water now. As he moves his way through the slalom and now whipping through the final 2 corners. Very quick indeed, that looks sterling. And a brilliant first lap to enlist himself in a decent position. Of course, was a little bit unfortunate last time out, qualifying 21st in stock class back in the Fujairah GP. But managed to achieve 27 points come the end of the heats. But needs a massive boon of points now to lift himself higher in stock R class, as now we watch as Jan Travinček comes up towards the line. Throwing the arm, perhaps in a slight degree of frustration. So now we watch as the young man from Turkey, here on Turkish water, now look to try and bring it home in his favour. Coming down through the slalom and looking pretty clean out there. Could have ideally got perhaps a little bit tighter to some of those boys just to try and carry the speed. He hit that one though, which is great to see. Final boy coming up, full commitment now as he crosses the line. And not a bad performance at all. I would say that it's probably the first lap that was better from Ender Jorgenschieler, but I think there's definitely a lot of positives to take from that one, and plenty of celebrations in between the crew, and a big hug for Ender Jorgenschieler, and for good reason as well. To be 16 years of age and take on such a competitive group of riders is a big, big statement. And next up we do have, of course, our next 2 contenders from stock class, Han Tai-hee and Adam Janosek. Making their way out onto the layout. Of course, representing N Racing is Han Tai-hee from Korea. Qualified 15th and achieved 27 points through the heats last time at Fujairah. And we'll be joining Adam Janosek, who represents Magnum Sport Team in the Czech Republic. 14th place coming out of the heats, 31 points nestled in, just 5 points behind Hannes Hultberg, who is 7th, but obviously not here competing for Sweden Electrosurf this weekend. So we watch them take the first lap here in this session. Full balance. This looks really balanced here right now, of course, from our riders here. Han Tai-hee, of course, representing Korea. Adam Janacek representing the Czech Republic. Han Tai-hee also with the number 26, with Adam Janacek embracing the 74. So they make their way on their next lap. Looks like it is Han Tai-hee who has just set out on his next run. Coming through the slalom now. Through towards the final corner. And just getting a little bit shaky on the rear end of that jet ball, but I don't think it's anything too much to worry about, as though they fly through the first corner once more. Water's quite settled, full commitment through the curbs, and the helmet took a little bit of a smack there. Exactly why we have the headwear being donned. Safety obviously is paramount. And the riders very much living up to it. That is for sure. There is Adam Janacek, though. Doing an astonishing job at the moment, so making his way through the slalom. And he looks like he's off as well. Goodness me. That's Han Tai-hee bailing out of the lap. Just getting it all wrong for N Racing in that final slalom. And that's put him right on the back foot now. And he's got to bail out of it, but I don't think he's alone, no. That's Adam Janacek, who's also gone off over the course of that lap as well. So both riders going off on their second runs. As now Han Tai-hee comes across and will head into Parc Fermé. Will be very disappointed that long lap couldn't amass into anything better after falling off the board. The same could be said as well for Adam Janacek, who had every chance to capitalise after the mistake to get a better qualifying lap than the driver he was up against here in qualifying, but doesn't look like he'll be capitalising this time. And I'd imagine he'll be falling a little bit further down the order this time. Will no longer be qualifying 8th like he did before. So now they storm down towards the start-finish line, and that'll be the end of the run here for Adam Janacek. He'll be disappointed with that, I'd imagine. Not a great way to finish your qualifying run. Next up, we will, of course, have Lorenzo Tanda, also representing Stock R class. And he'll be embracing the number 12. And coming all the way from Italy as well, alongside Adam Fitchek, as they now head out. Of course, Adam Fitchek in the number 45. With Lorenzo Tanda in the number 12. There's Fitchek now, just getting himself adjusted, ready for the start of the next flying lap. First one of this session. So now sweeps over to the far left-hand side where the marshal is, just to give clean air and get set ready for his fast run, or should we say the number 12 is going to get ready for his fast run. This is Lorenzo Tanda, the Italian in Stock R class, 17 years old. 36 points against his name from the Fujairah GP. And 6 in that rostrum as well, just in behind Mike Michaelidis. Whip of the tail out on his board as well, as he makes his way down the long back straight. Now heading into the last slalom as well. We now have Adam Fitchek on his fast run, representing Jet Surf. .36 points last time. Adam Fitchek actually over the course of the heats that we witnessed back at Fujairah, finishing second once and third place twice. And in the process qualified for the final as well. after achieving 6th place in qualifying. Now looking to embrace it yet again. So he now needs to position himself in an ideal position for the heats coming up tomorrow. So now he ushers his way around the final corner now. Here comes Adam Fitchek. Will now begin his second run. But he's not alone, because here comes Lorenzo Tanda as well, who incidentally also finished in a 3rd position twice with a 2nd place in Heat 4. Last time out at Fujairah. Did the man embracing number 12 as now he whips around the final corner to bring an end to his next run. Getting low just to allow the aero to brush over him and ensure that he has optimal straight line speed. So that's his lap done. And his lap's done, I should say, session done. As now we watch as Adam Fitchek looks to do the same and now crawling his way through the very technical final sector and now getting as low as he can. Full commitment on the boy as well, coming through the final corner, waves his hand across the line. And not a bad visit either. Let's see whether he can improve on that 3rd place that he managed to qualify last time out at Fujairah, as his day is now done. Next up we have Mike Michaelidis, who is lined up alongside Damien Cadleck. Of course, we saw Damien competing last time out in the elite class. Well, now he's also competing much like we saw with Kim Down in Masters and now also in stock class as well. Of course, we are going to have Kim Down showing up in our next 2 pairings. Of course, he's going to be in the 10th pairing, the one after next. But Mike Michaelidis will now be heading out in his yellow jersey, representing Stock R, and made his MotoSurf debut at the age of 17 and one of the first riders to represent Cyprus in MotoSurf, and considered largely a rising star in Cyprus as well. So this is their home man. Visor on, full focus, is now the man emblazoned on the number 22, representing Seawolf Motorsports and Force 8 Sports as well, coming through the first sector and trying to keep it as tight as he can. Damien Cadleck would have learned, I'm sure, plenty off the back of his experience in elite class, so that'll serve him nicely coming into the stocks side of the racing. As now we watch as Mike Michaelidis now comes up towards the final corner and will cross the line. The young 17-year-old, of course, making his debut in MotoSurf at the age of 17. Comes across the line here, representing Cyprus. First lap in the bag. Damien Cadleck will be next. From Czech Republic, was qualified fastest last time out at Fujairah GP. Be hoping he can show some of that speed again, this time in stock, as now he brings his first lap to a close as well. Second lap's now underway in full now. And first up will be Mike Michaelidis now to cross the line, but he's got to get through the slalom first. Seen many a rider make a mistake here. But the young Cypriot looking really strong, and now with the final corner coming up, whips around that final corner and up towards the line, ducking down. And I think you'll be pleased with that. Not a bad run at all from Mike Michaelidis. And now Damien Cadleck will be next, just trying to adjust something on his board. As we said earlier, did have some slight issues before the start of the session earlier on. But Damien Cadleck bringing his lap to an end. But still a strong visit from the young man. We'll find out whether he is anywhere near the top as well. Once again, here is Mike Michaelidis again. Just coming through the final corner and bringing his jet surfboard back into Parc Ferme as well. As now we witness the next pairing making their way out. This is, of course, Adam Kohler, the stock car representative for La Cucina Nuera. It's the name of the team that, of course, he represents. 42 points coming in off the back of the heats, where he managed to take a trio of second places in the final 3 heats, and that was despite qualifying 17th in our last event at Fujairah, and qualified for the final as well as a consequence. Of course, everyone from Stock Car incidentally managed to qualify for the final. But obviously we'd like to start higher up in stock in general, as now you see the rescue boat head out. Not sure whether it's for anything necessarily on our side of the water. Can't see anything there anyway, at least for now. As we watch as the riders head back out onto the course this time. And there's the number 15 of Adam Kola, as part of Stock Car class from Czech Republic, representing La Cucina Nera. We're joined by Hassan Bouabas as well, who represents Q8, the Q8 Sea Sport Club. And incidentally, Hassan Bouabas, first in Heat 2 in our last meeting at the Fujairah GP, so knows how to win races. And finished second twice over after that in Heat 3 and Heat 4, so no question a worthy third place sitter inside the Stock Championship. So now we watch as Adam Kola comes across the line to begin his second lap. Nice and smooth so far, but equally as smooth is Hassan Bouabas, who's getting nice and low on his board. You can just see him there, just really keeping it as low as possible, just allowing the aero just to fly over the top of him as now he crosses the line. And a strong first lap of asking here from Hassan Bouabas. Just look how well measured he is on the board here at this point. Of course, they're all embracing the JetSurf Titanium DFI boards from 2021 to 25. So no opportunity to change any of the engineering parts on the board. It all comes down to just basic string position and where you stand on the board. That is all you can do to maximize your performance. And crossing the line, Adam Kola brings his day to an end. Let's see how Hassan Bouabas gets on. Looking really dialed in at the moment. Just look how cool, calm and collected. Look how low he gets. Looking to maximize that aero in his favor now as he rounds the final corner. And Hassan Bouabas, that was impressive. An impressive pair of runs from the Kuwaitian. The man from Kuwait giving us a show here. Brilliant, brilliant display at Cheshme from Hassan Bouabas. And that tees us up nicely onto our next pairing. And what a blockbuster pairing this is. We have got Kim Down, fresh from our last run. Hassan Bouabas looking very animated, it has to say, and for good reason, I think. A phenomenal performance, but we move on with Kim Down, who was part of the Masters class earlier on that went fastest in our qualifying group, and he's going to be up against Fares Ramadan, who is representing in the Stock R class and is a jet ski and jet surf world champion. And coupled with that, a World Series Cup champion from 2023 as well, and a 3-time jet ski world champion. And coming off the back of the Fujairah GP is actually second placed in that, was 10th in terms of qualifying last time out. But it looks like he's ventured into the water. But representing the Water Sports Club Q8. Of course, you would have just seen a fellow Q8 rider by the name of Hassan Bouabas go on to pull off a storming lap. So we'll keep all eyes now on the other riders that make their way out onto the water. Of course, only 2 more pairings to go, including this one, with Kim Down returning. There he is now. About to come through the final corner now and get set on his first flying run of the session. Nice and dialed in from Kim Down so far. Through the sequences of bends, he takes them on. Next up comes Fares Ramadan from Stock R class. As I said, a multi-champion across many disciplines in water sports, including jet surf and jet ski. It's Kim Down is going to try and stop him from obtaining that top spot, because of course Kim already established as a formidable jet surf opponent. As now he comes around the final corner and will begin his second lap of action here in qualifying, this time in the stock class. So far so good for the number 44. Same can be said for Fares Ramadan, who's now looking to come around his final corner and whipping the tail out on his Jet Surf Titanium DFI to cross the line. And he'll bring that lap to a close. And last but not least, it'll be Kim Down to come across the line this time, but he's also looking dialed in and fully committing to this final run, and needs to really. Could be the difference between achieving a top spot or not. As now he undertakes the final two boys on the course. Sprints towards the line, gets so low to the board as well. And I think very happy with that lap. That is a second run complete for Kim Down. Fantastic display, back-to-back visits in different classes. Of course, achieving first fastest in the Masters class, and now in stock, doing a phenomenal job. We'll have to wait and see whether he has done enough to qualify on pole for another class today. We will, of course, wait and see. But last but not least, we now have our final two competitors. It's David Kirchke. He'll be heading out representing the Czech Republic, and he'll be joined by Anthony Squire. So we've got one at the top of Stock R class against the man top of Stock class itself. Anthony Squire, the North American champion in 2022, 23 and 24. And also third in the World Championship in 2023 and 24 as well, coming into this round, having achieved a trio of first places in Heat 2, Heat 3 and Heat 4. 54 points, he qualified for the final. He was fourth fastest in qualifying back at Fujairah. There he is now. Anthony Squire coming across the line to commence his flying lap here at Cheshme. Looking really strong at the moment. David Kirchke, though, is going to be looking to try and muscle in his own right. Both these riders have achieved a trio of P1 places in all heats. In fact, David Kirchke actually achieved victories in every single heat over the course of our last appearance, winning in class across the board to achieve 54 points and a top placing in the Stock R Championship, but level with Fares Ramadan, who also came away with a trio of wins last time after having the second one cancelled, or having the second place cancelled out in Heat 3. As now we watch as Anthony Squire comes across the line once again. And yet another brilliant display so far. And Anthony Squire is looking so silky smooth once more. Fourth fastest last time at Fujairah, and it could be something a little bit more this time, as now we watch as David Kirchke digs a little deeper. Qualified fifth fastest behind Anthony Squires last time out at the Fujairah GP, so they have plenty in common as a partnership here in these Turkish waters. As now across the line, David Kirchke brings an end to his day, but here comes Anthony Squires, as dialed in as ever, the man from the United States, the North American champion, the multi-time North American champion. Third in the World Championship over 23 and 24, around the final corner, looking for first fastest. He might yet take it, we'll wait and see, but a very good display from Anthony Squires. Looks like he put his all into that one, I have to say. A magnificent competitor from the United States of America. And that will conclude our stock class runners for the day, and also conclude our qualifying action as well. We will, of course, bring you the results as time rumbles on. But a marvellous display by all involved in today's sessions. Well done to all our competitors as he brings his jet surfboard in to Parc Fermé. Of course, they will have post-session checks. But a magnificent run, and it will be Hassan Bouabas. So we mentioned how phenomenal that lap was. He has beaten Anthony Squire to the punch, coming across the line. A magnificent performance, to say the least, from Hassan Bouabas, and I tell you what, a deserved P1 time, that's for sure. Adam Fitchek in third, with Kim Min Song in fourth as well. And Kim down in fifth place as well. David Kirchke in sixth, Damien Kadlec in seventh, Adam Okola in eighth, Fares Ramadan in ninth, Adam Janusek in 10th, Mike Michaelidis in 11th, Jan Travacek in 12th place, Lorenzo Tanda then further down as well. But fastest was Hassan Bouabas at the end of that session. What a miraculous result here in this stock class. Again, it looks like he's going to be on top heading into the heats tomorrow. Do join us, folks. An astonishing qualifying session. But from all of us here at Cheshme in Turkey, we'll see you tomorrow for the heats.